Going on, everybody? It's your boy Adam. It's Tiny Housin Volume 35, I think. I never really know, especially right now, because I'm recording this while you're watching 2 videos ago. So I won't get this one put up until, I don't know, it's going to be a few days. But you can see I made some progress last night getting the place tidied up. I should not have to deal with the construction yet again. I mean, you can see some of the spray foam. You can see that it's not complete. But I don't think for the rest of the time I'm living here, I'm going to have him messing around with that stuff. This will do the job of keeping most of that stuff from falling down on the floor and getting all over the place. And it felt good to come back to this today. Yesterday, the place was trashed. It took me all day just to get it like this. And took me all day just to do this, and I've still got more to go. But after 40 miles of bicycling and lifting, 2,000 pounds of flour and sugar and everything else today, I'm done. That's it, folks. Beep, 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 beep. That's all, folks. That's how that goes. So I'm gonna switch views of the camera and I'll talk for a minute. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Adam. It's Tiny Housin, Volume 34. I'm an absolute wreck, a complete train wreck. Honestly, in the last few days, I'm not lying. I've almost gotten to the point where I wish I was still homeless in Jamestown, New York. And I'm not totally serious about that. But this is volume 35. 35, because 34 I just transferred off the phone all the files to put it together. I just put 33 up. 34 is sitting there in a folder, all the video files. I have to string them together and export them from Adobe Premiere, upload them, stick a thumbnail on it, call it a day. None of that takes a long time to do, but I'm behind. I just spent the entire day cleaning the tiny house again from end to end. I'm not done. I'm gonna need another day. Tomorrow I gotta ride 40 miles, go to the bakery again. Tuesday I've gotta ride 40 miles to go to some job interview. So even if I do get that job, it'll just be another part-time job where I'm having to ride my bike 40 miles every time I go to the job. A different 40 miles, but the only thing that I could say, if that job were to come through, it won't be as physically taxing as the job I currently have. But I'm pretty sure they're open fairly late. And they would, I would not want to go into a job like that and say, well, I can't work these hours, but I can work. I'm going to have to tell them my schedule's wide open. That's the best way to get a job like that. And then see how it goes. I believe they open at 11 a.m., which I don't know. I think that's when they open. And I think that would mean that I would have to get there at 10:30, quarter to 11. I don't know. Those are all things I can find out on Tuesday. Once again, don't count that money till it's in the bank. That would be nice, to be honest. If I had to go to a job where the earliest I'm going to have to be there is sometime between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. That beats having to that beats having to go to this place by 8:30. Right now at the bakery, the manager, she's been very cool with me in terms of like she'll give me the days I ask for. And I like that, and I'm happy about that. It's I'm frustrated and I'm worn out. Like I'm completely destroyed right now. Like I have not been this shot out. I haven't been this shot out since the day I got out of prison. I'm completely and utterly destroyed right now, physically and mentally. The last 2 weeks of this bullshit with the tiny house has been more than I can take. When you're paying rent and okay, so we're going on 2 months without hot water. I put it down today. Today is Sunday. I'm 1 week away from the end of, well, let me look. I'm 1 week away from the end of the month. That'll be 2 months without hot water. I talked to the landlord today. I had a call. I didn't, I sent him a text. I wanted a text message as an answer with a day, but he called me back. I don't like sending text messages. Yeah, you don't want to have a written conversation that I can take screenshots of and have proof this time. If that's all right, I'll have proof that he called. I mean, I got an answer about the hot water. Supposedly, because he's going to switch to a propane-based tankless heater, he's got to have somebody come put in a propane tank. They got to do some electrical work, and they have to replace the actual unit, the hot water tankless heater unit. And they want so he's got to have 2 different people come over here, an electrician and a plumber, and they both have to do the work on the same day, and he's trying to coordinate it and all that. I guess one of the contractors isn't available until sometime after next Saturday. So I'm going to go a whole nother week, and then sometime after next Saturday, they might be... I don't know. Like, I'm not getting a date. Supposedly, he's already paid half of the money to the contractors to do the job. And they're going to fix another problem, which... I don't know what they're going to... How do I put it? There was one day in this tiny house here where the power went out, but it was just the tiny house. And turned out, so there's a breaker switch in the main house with a line coming out here to this house. There's a breaker panel in the tiny house, but that is wired into the house. There's a breaker panel in the house. So the breaker inside the house got tripped, and I basically had to get somebody to go into someone's bedroom, into a closet where there's a circuit breaker panel, and flip the switch to turn on the power in the tiny house. Now, that only happened one time. Well, supposedly the electrician that's coming to do all this repair, this to fix this issue, they are also going to run an outside line so that it goes straight to the tiny house, so that there won't be so the power won't go from the line to the house to the tiny house. It'll go directly to the tiny house. Now, I don't know if that means that he's getting ready to, like, at some point tell the tenant that they're responsible for their own electric bill. That could be possible. Whether that happens to me or not, and when the 6 months is up on the lease, I don't know. I'm not even going to, think about that right now. I need hot water. This is getting ridiculous. how many of you would go 2 months without being able to take a hot shower in your apartment? And how many of you would lose your cool and start pursuing legal ramifications in that respect? And the last video that I shot, I was talking about it, and I ran out of space on the phone because these videos, all I'm doing is talking, venting some frustrations, and I ran out of space on my phone and it just cut. So that's why the last video that you watched just stopped cold. I don't want to, this is not the format I want to continue with, just sitting in front of this camera talking for 5 hours. Even though I'm not doing it 5 hours consecutively, I'm doing it, I'm basically, I don't have enough time to do what I was doing before, where I would shoot a video in the park, upload it the same day, and do all the things. I can record bits and pieces of video because right now it's 10 o'clock at night. I can't do anything else. I spent the entire day cleaning my place. I went grocery shopping. Had to skip church again. That's 2 weeks in a row because I'm cleaning up the mess that the landlord left when he did this, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And I don't know. Like, the job that he did on the ceiling, it's good enough. It's not going to be raining spray foam all over the floor every morning. I'm not going to wake up with the whole floor looking like it snowed because spray foam fell off the ceiling at night. But it's not. I shake my head because you got to see the shit up close. I'm not a builder. I'm not a construction guy. I'm not an electrician. I'm not a plumber. I'm not any of those. I would do a better job. I remember I've had this house, and we had turned the basement into the basement wasn't, it was very clean. The basement was very clean, but it was a wide open basement, concrete floor, but it was painted epoxy or something like that. There was a small bathroom down there, and I had a lot of throw rugs, a lot of big throw rugs. And so we took this whole area of that basement, threw throw rugs all over the place, put a few old couches down there, big old coffee table, and set up a nice hangout down there. A TV, some other stuff. And it was pretty cozy. It was pretty cool. And my daughter, when we moved into that house, my daughter wanted to go live with her mom. So we moved it. We didn't buy the house. We were renting it, kind of. It was like a rental that we could rent to own, but we didn't. Long story short, we moved in. There wasn't, my daughter didn't have a nice bedroom. It was more like just a place for her to crash when she wanted to come over on the weekends or whatever. And then she decided she wanted to live with me. But she was really upset that her bedroom, you would have to walk through her bedroom to get to my son's bedroom. And she didn't have privacy. And she was a teenager, and my son was like 3 years old. 2 years old. And it was tough. Very tough. And so I wanted to tell her that she could have that space in the basement, but it was still a little bit basement-y. It wasn't like, but for a teenager to have a place, it was huge and it had potential. So me and a friend, I came up with this way to build walls. Without making them actual walls. It was more like I made these expansion bolts. I took these giant bolts, put washers on them, put nuts on either end, and they were like flat. The bolts were flat on both ends. Hard to explain. I found this like special washer nut that I could put on one end. And basically, so what we did, we framed out walls. We measured them. We framed them out. I had a friend come over with a miter saw, and we were just like, bzz, 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 bzz. We put these, and we got some cheap wood paneling, and we built these walls. They were temporary walls. And we bolted them in place with these expansion bolts so that they were solid, and it looked really cool. I mean, it looked nice. They looked like walls, but they weren't part of the structure of the house. All you would need to do is take a wrench and loosen up all these bolts, and you could just take the walls and you could move them around. It was kind of like the same concept of one of those accordion fold Japanese room dividers, but it was like a framed out wall with paneling, but it was literally like a temporary, we just brought it in. We had to kind of assemble it in the basement instead of outside, so it would, because it wouldn't fit through the door. But we basically, my friend and I, we just put it where we wanted it to be, and then put these expansion bolts in place. And I mean, it was nothing. We used screws. We didn't use nails because screws were faster. And it was super fast and super easy. We did this in like an afternoon, and it looked nice. And we set up a space down there that looked, that was walled off, and it felt like a nice room. Like it had privacy, and it had its own bathroom, and all the throw rugs and the couches and stuff down there. It was like a nice, if I were 16 years old and that was my place to go hang out and have my own space, I would have been like, yeah, this is great. And we told her she could still have the bedroom that was upstairs for whatever, like she could have these two spaces in the house. And it didn't quite work out as planned, and she was kind of like in this phase where she wanted to bounce from one house to the other all the time, and so it never really materialized into what I had done that for. But that space continued to be like a hangout space the whole rest of the time I lived in that house. And it was kind of cool. And when I moved out of the house, the landlord at the time was asking me about like, what's going on with these walls? And I'm like, don't worry about it. And like the next day they were gone, because all I needed was a drill with a screwdriver head and a wrench. And it took me about an hour to take the walls down. And then and the funny thing is, I put up the paneling and the 2x4s on Craigslist for free, and someone came and took it all. So I didn't even have to all I had to do was tear down the wall, unscrew all the screws, set it all in a pile, and someone came and took all the stuff. Because they were like, oh, this is perfect. I'm building something. This is all I need. I was like, good, you can have it. It cost me, when me and my friend went to Home Depot, we bought I forget how many sheets of paneling it was, but we didn't spend more than $100 doing this in an afternoon. But it was nice for what it was, and it was inventive, it was creative, it was, for what it was. It wasn't meant to be a permanent wall. It wasn't like we were walling off the basement and drywalling and doing it correctly. It was literally a room divider, but I was like, we can do better than that. I can make this actually feel like a room, but it's not going to be part of the structure. And these walls were, you couldn't just go plowing into the wall and smash into the wall. They would fall. You would have to, but even the corners where the two walls came together, I clamped them so that there was more rigidity to the structure. But it was all, when I showed the landlord how it was done, he was like, wow, that's pretty cool. That's pretty inventive. The way that I put it all together, it looked like it was a room, but the thing could be disassembled, and it could have been completely rearranged, or the walls could have been moved into different positions and stuff. It was really dope how we did this. But it's just an example of, I have craftsmanship. I have ability to do stuff like that. I just don't if I was going to build my own cabin out in the woods, or a bug out cabin, before the FBI came to my house, was just about to buy some land in Tennessee. And what I was going to do is get an Amish cabin to drop on the property, a pre-built cabin, so that, because I'm a 9-hour drive from this property where I was living, and so it's going to be, I wanted to get something within a 3 to 5 hour drive, because that's something I can do. I could leave work on Friday, drive to my bug out property, my land, my cabin, my camp, whatever we're calling it, do a bunch of stuff over the weekend, turn around and come home on Sunday. And I could do that a few times a month. But if I was going to buy land in Tennessee, that's a 9-hour drive. That's like a once a month trip. And that's like something that, my goal for that property, if I would have done it, would have been to somehow figure out how to get internet there, or figure out how I could work remotely from there, or from near there, even if it meant getting like going into a town to use a library or some sort of, I don't know, there was all kinds of thoughts going on at that time. But a 9-hour drive to get to your cabin is much different logistics than a 2 to 5 hour drive to get to your cabin. 5 hours, you can do that that's not a, 5 hours is a bit of a stretch. 9 is like, that's crossing the line into, you can't just leave work on Friday at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and you leave at 5 o'clock to go to your cabin, and it's a 9-hour drive. You're getting there at 2 a.m. on Saturday, and then you want to come back on Sunday. Like, you're literally going to drive 9 hours to spend 24 hours at your cabin, turn around and come back so you can go to work on Monday. But if I could have found a piece of land or something within a 3-hour drive, yes, like I could leave at 5 o'clock on a Friday, get there at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, have all day Saturday, spend most of the day Sunday, leave at like 5 o'clock on Sunday, and be home at 8. That was my goal. But after 2020, nothing within a 3-hour drive from where I lived was affordable for the amount of land versus the amount of money. But down in Tennessee and Kentucky and some other places, it was ridiculously good deals on land. And so that's what was kind of driving me further away. And, so the goal, regardless of where I picked up some land, the first thing I wanted to do was get one of these pre-built Amish cabins. That, out of all the different options, parking a camper on the property was an option. But the number one, out of all the different things that I looked into, a pre-built Amish cabin was like the best option in terms of what I was looking for. And it was going to be unfinished. It's literally a building with a roof and a porch and whatever. There's different configurations and different sizes and styles, but they bring it to your property. They have special carts that they drive them onto your property with. They level it out for you, and they set it up, and then it's like, all right, have at it. It's yours. So then you're responsible for doing the whole interior and all of that. And so that was my goal, to build a cabin, or to take a cabin that was started so I'd get a head start on it, but do the whole interior myself. Now, when it comes to plumbing, a septic system is very expensive, especially in a place like this. But there are different things that you can do. There's composting toilets. There's different ways that you can deal with that. And so this was the kind of thing that, like, it would have needed to evolve. It would have had to start out as a place that you're basically spending the weekends and extended maybe some vacations where you're staying there for a week at a time, et cetera, et cetera. But I wanted to turn it into a place where you could live full time if things went the way they're obviously going in this country. And so there were just I don't know how exactly it would have evolved, but there would have been, there would have been a little bit of evolution. But handy I have enough craftsmanship that I can do things like that and actually do a good job. I'm totally there are people who could do it faster than me and better than me all day long. But if I put my hands to something, if I decide to do something, I'm going to do it right. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to do my homework. I'm going to do my research. I'm going to look at, like, okay, I'm going to watch some YouTube videos. How did other people do this? Like, I don't want to go in blind, and I'm going to make sure I have the right tools, I'm using the right parts, I'm using the right techniques. I'm not going to get in a situation where I put a roof on something and it's going to leak. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to do it right. And so, like, when I see people like landlords that just do the shittiest job with no attention to detail or craftsmanship or any of that, just like half-ass something together, whether it's this place or some other place. I have like 10 different places I'm thinking of personally, or just new construction. You see things when you look at a brand new house that's a $500,000 home, and you look at things and you're just like, oh my God, who's the dingbat who did this? Like, if I'm looking at it and I go, I could do a better job, then that's bad, especially on a brand new construction on a house. If I'm looking at something and I say, wow, I'd do a better job than this, that's bad. On a house where that's not even my job, like, I don't build houses, but when I look at something and I'm like, man, I would do a better job, that's saying something. Because I shouldn't be able to do a better job than the person who builds houses all day long, every day. And so that's a long way away, having a place, a cabin, or anything like that. I'm in survival mode now. I used to have options. I used to say my whole life was basically a house of cards, and all it was going to take was a strong wind, or the jack of clubs holding up the northwest foundation was going to be pulled out and the whole place collapses. And that's exactly what happened. When the FBI came, I lost everything because the foundation wasn't there. I was getting things were falling in place, and things were getting better over time, and there was a foundation starting to form. I was hitting a stride that took me a long time to reach, and I worked really hard over a number of years, and I really buckled down for about 6, where I just put my head down and barreled through it, and I was really making some headway and making significant gains in my career. And then it all just gone. And which kind of leads me to the topic of what I actually wanted to talk about today. And so, yeah, I'm having a week. I'm really frustrated by, look at me, I'm a mess. Like, I want to shave, but I don't eat, I don't have hot water. Basic hygiene isn't even a thing for me anymore. I'm a wreck. I'm going into the bakery looking like this tomorrow. Because I'm not gonna, it's already after 10 o'clock here on Sunday night. I have to get up at 5 in the morning, put a bicycle together. My lights are still charging. My dishes aren't even all done right now because I don't have any more energy. I did what I could do. I'm not done I have to completely clean the house. It's a tiny house. It's one room. I've spent the entire day on it. I started doing it at about 9 in the morning, and at about 4 in the afternoon, I tapped out. I had to go grocery shopping, which means walking a mile over to Target carrying a 50-pound backpack, 40-pound, whatever it was, coming back. It's about 90 degrees outside today, which is great. I like it. Not, wasn't a problem, but it's hot. I was covered in sweat. Tomorrow morning, I'm looking forward to the fact that it might rain overnight, but it's supposed to be like 67 degrees when I leave to go to work tomorrow. So that'll be a nice change of pace. 45 degrees the other morning sucked. So I can handle 67. If it rains, right, I got raincoat. We'll see what happens. But it's getting frustrating. And like this shit with the hot water, 2 fucking months of not having hot water in my fucking place is really pissing me off. You can tell. Like it's gotten like it started out as an inconvenience. Now I'm going on 2 fucking months. And so I've got April 15th. If it's not done, shit's gonna hit the fan. That's where it's at. I'm gonna give him 2 more weeks. That's basically what he said. He said next Saturday the contractor is going to be available as of that day moving forward, and supposedly his job is the next job on the list. He's got until the fucking middle of April. That's it. Like seriously, if I can't fucking some shit's gonna, I'm not gonna be nice after that point. Because I'm at the end. I've been through too much fucking shit for the last fucking year to be going on 3 months without taking a fucking real shower. This is fucking insane. Even when I was homeless, I could take hot showers, for fuck's sake. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm gonna leave it at that. Like, that is between the cycling 120 to 250 miles a week to make less than $100 a day and having to put off everything else in my life that could actually pay me and put me on my feet so that I can do that instead, along with not even being able to take a fucking shower when I come home from all that bullshit. Like, that is fucking... I'm so fucking pissed about it. Like, I haven't... But I also feel like God's testing me. And that is the subject for today. Because a good friend of mine I confided into a couple days ago, he sent me some stuff to listen to. This is like his department. Let's just say he understands where I'm coming from, and he wants to see me succeed. And he's like, here, check this out. He's helping me try to get out of my head. And so I was listening to that today while I cleaned the house. And it, some good stuff in there. And then I had to take a break. Because I had to sit down for a few. And so I didn't go to church today, but a video popped up. And the whole, I'm not going to quote the video directly, but the whole topic of the video, essentially it was just before you're about to have a major breakthrough and God's going to open up a door and a major opportunity and something, like you're going to get a major breakthrough. Before that happens, you're going to get put to the test, and or things are going to be, it's going to feel like everything's just falling apart. And that's it in a nutshell. Just before your biggest breakthrough, just before the big thing the big change, everything's going to feel like it's falling apart, complete chaos. It's going to feel like everything's crashing down around you. Think everything's going to feel like it's going wrong. You're going to be exhausted, worn out. Spiritual warfare is a real thing. You're going to be getting attacked spiritually. Satan. You're going to be, the evil one is going to be, he doesn't want you to succeed, so he's going to pull out the stops. Just, when you're about to cross the line to a better life or a new way of being, or, you're about to take that next step, level up, as they would say in a video game. The spiritual attacks are going to become fierce and relentless. And so all of these things, you're going to get put to the test. God will put you to the test to see if you're ready for the next thing. And so when I look backwards in time, I can come up with lots of examples where that's been true. Lots of examples. And if I could I'll just pick out a handful. I don't need my notes. I can just kind of rewind. I'll just go back recently. I'll go back from I'll go in backwards chronological order to some extent. So sometimes things start out. Sometimes you start a phase of your life or a segment, or you find you level up, and you're really grateful for whatever it is. You feel comfortable, you feel safe, whatever the case may be. I'm going to get into some specifics in a minute. But then that situation or whatever it is starts to become uncomfortable, and it starts to become burdensome, and what was a lifeline or a positive thing starts to become, I need a change. This isn't working out anymore. So I'm going to go back in time to when I first came to Texas. When I first got here in September, my best friend threw me a lifeline. And it was like when I got here, it was like I was on top of the world. I was like, oh my God, this is such a good blessing in my life that I have a place to stay. I'm not homeless anymore. I don't have a curfew. I don't have all the ridiculous things about the homeless shelter were gone. I had more freedom. I was living, there's new opportunity. I have a roof over my head, my own room. I'm hanging out with my best friend. It was just a completely safe, comfortable, just felt like I had a foothold on something. And what I'm about to say is in no way, shape, or form criticism of my friend or his family or anything like that. But what it was is I was there from September through the end of January. And so from everybody's point of view, my friend and I've known this guy since I was 15 years old, but his wife doesn't know me that long. Their family, they have, it's their house. So I'm in somebody else's home. This isn't my place. If you had a guest living in your house for 3.5 months, even if it was your best friend, like if it was my best friend living at my place, at first I'd be like, yeah, it's cool, we can hang out, it's going to be fun, blah, blah, blah. And then after 3.5 months, I might be like, hey, so, you gonna get the fuck out of here? You know what I mean? That's just the way it is. There's nothing wrong with that. That's natural. It was uncomfortable for me because it's not my home and it's their home and their family, and they have their family stuff, and they want their privacy. They wanted to have their home back, and and it was his daughter, his wife, and him and me. And so what I'm getting at is it started out very comfortable and very like the stress level, it like completely dropped my stress. I was so happy to be there, and everything was just, oh, thank God. Thank God something finally came through. But you go 3 months later, and I'm like, I got to get my own place. Like, I was antsy to get my own place. His wife wanted me to get my own place. He wanted me to get my own place. Like, it wasn't like we had, there's no bad blood as far as I'm concerned. I'm nothing but grateful for the opportunity that they gave me. That's not what I'm saying. Like, it had nothing to do, it wasn't like a personal thing. It started to become uncomfortable because it was time. God was telling me, hey, it's time for the next move. It's time for the next step. And so I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how, there were so many different things. There's so many different aspects of it. It's so hard when you don't have a car. But this place the place I'm living right now, it kind of worked out at the time it was supposed to. When I met the guy who owns this place, he was really cool. I think he's a cool dude. I don't have any, the water thing is getting on my nerves, but I don't really have any beef. Let's go backwards some more. All I'm going to say is living at my friend's house started out very comfortable, very peaceful, very just, I was able to relax and my stress dropped by 100-fold. But as it became time to move to the next step, it started to be uncomfortable. The sermon that I listened to today that brought all this up and kind of got me thinking this way, talked about it as in like when baby birds hatch out of the eggs and the mama bird and the papa bird are feeding the baby birds. And my son and I, when we moved into our last house, we watched baby birds hatch, and because there was a nest right outside the kitchen window, and we were watching the birds feeding the baby birds, and we somehow happened to be watching when the baby birds took their first flight. And so it's like eventually the mama and the daddy bird they'll start feeding the babies less and less. They'll start making the nest more uncomfortable, and they'll start kind of like nudging the baby birds to like get up off their ass and jump out of the nest. And it's not because they don't like it or they don't want their kids in the nest anymore. It's more like that they know that the babies need to learn how to fly, and that they need to learn how to become birds themselves and do things themselves, or they're just not going to survive. And so it was kind of like that when I ended up at my friend's house. It was like, I'm not like a baby bird going, feed me, but it was kind of like that because my friend is a chef and he's cooking these bomb-ass dinners every day I'm there, and it's like family dinner every night, and it was just really like, this is something else. I was like, whoa, this is so awesome. But then after, September, October, after Christmas, it was like, okay, it's time to leave the nest and go fly, and it wasn't like a bad thing. It was just, it had to happen. And so everybody was getting uncomfortable because it had just run its course. And it's not like, I'm saying, this is not a criticism of anything. This is like, I expected this would be the case before I ever came to Texas. I'll get a certain amount of time, and then I'm going to have to get up and make a move. And so that's cool. And it all worked out. And so if I rewind the clock a little further, the day I became homeless, is a mixed feeling, because I don't, the time between the second I got in my ex-girlfriend's car, when I got at the bus stop when I came home from prison, from the moment I sat down in her car to the moment I became homeless, was an absolute nightmare of, I can't even describe how horrible that time span was. But when I ended up I'm going to put it this way, being homeless was an upgrade. That situation was so bad that when I became homeless, it was a step up. That's how fucked up that situation was. Being homeless was better than living there. But the first day I was homeless was pretty nerve-wracking, and, wow. And so I had done a little bit of homework prior to being homeless. I knew this was coming. Like, I knew she was going to do this. Between the time my ass hit the seat of her car and the time we actually got to the apartment after I got out of prison and she picked me up at the bus stop, I knew I was going to be homeless. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew it. I knew this was coming. Like, I didn't want to believe it, but I knew this. I knew exactly how this was going to end before it even happened. And so I'd done a little bit of homework. And it paid off. So on the first day I was homeless, long story short, I ended up at a homeless shelter in Jamestown. And it started out, it was, oh my God, it was a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, I'll tell you 3 things about the first day or 1 or 2 days. But let's just talk about the first night and maybe the second day. 3 things. I had that relief that I have a roof over my head, a place to sleep, a safe place for my belongings. I have a support network around me already. There are multiple people involved. They're on my side. They're there to help. The peace of mind that gave me was like, wow. It was like just mind-blowing. It set my stress down 100 notches. If I was at 100 that morning, by the end of that day, I was at like a 30. I mean, it was a huge relief. So grateful for that place. Like, you've seen me say things here and there in these videos about how bad it was, but I'll get to that in a minute. The second thing, they have a lounge, and they had a couch and 2 couches and a lazy boy recliner and a pool table and some other stuff in this lounge in the basement area of the shelter. And after dinner, you can go down there and hang out for a while. And so the first night I was in there, I'm decompressing from this whole thing. I hadn't shot a YouTube video yet. And I'm sitting on this couch, and I realized this is the first time in almost 2 years that I sat on a couch. Y'all take this stuff for granted. When you're in prison, you either sit on a metal slab, a metal stool, just a piece of steel, a plastic chair, hard plastic chair, and that's it. Like that, you're either sitting on a slab of metal or a hard plastic chair. So like a padded chair is not something you get to experience. You don't get to experience what that is like when you're in prison at all. In fact, you're lucky if you can find a plastic chair to sit on. And so, almost 2 years, I find myself in a homeless shelter. I'm sitting on a couch, and I'm just like realizing, oh my God, this is the first time in fact, I was telling people around me, I'm like, this is the first time in 2 years I've sat on a couch. A padded seat, a seat with a cushion. Like, this is the first time I've sat on a couch in 2 years. I'm not going to lie, the bed at the homeless shelter, my first night there, was the most comfortable bed I had slept on in over 2 years, or in 2 years, or whatever, from August of 2022 to May of 2023. The bed at the homeless shelter was the first night sleeping in that bed was the most comfortable bed I had slept on in over 20 months. They're not great beds, but your whole perception of what's comfortable and what's not will be, believe me, if you spent 20 months in prison sleeping on a shitty prison mattress that's like that thick, basically sleeping on a metal slab for 2 years, and you sleep in a box, like a spring mattress with a pillow, like, holy fuck, that's mind-blowing. So, and then the third thing at the homeless shelter, the food. For the most part, I mean, here and there, they hired this one guy at one point to cook, and he was terrible, and nobody liked the food, and they fired the guy because the food was terrible that he cooked. But for the most part, the food was really good, and they would make so much food and feed you so much that, like, they would say, if you get up from the table hungry, that's your fault because there's tons of food. Like, you can go up and get seconds and thirds and fourths. I mean, you can just sit there and pig out if you really want to. And comfort-wise, when you're that stressed out, they call it comfort food for a reason. Between the food stamps that I got handed right off the bizat, like within I think on the third day of being homeless, I had food stamps on a card. But between that and the homeless shelter feeding you a good amount of food for dinner, it was like just comfortable. It was like, oh my God, my stomach, I'm full. Like full. I gained weight while I was homeless because the food was, there was plenty of food. So the whole point of the matter is, it was like you found a nest, and you're like, oh, you feel safe, you feel your belly's full, you're, I'm sleeping on a comfortable bed, oh my God, I'm sitting on a couch, right? So like, it started out like that. Same concept of me coming to Texas. Started out awesome. 3 months later, I got to get the fuck out of here and find my own place. You know what I mean? And it's not because I dislike my friend or his family or his wife or any. No, it's because I got to get my own place. And from their perspective, they just wanted their house back. They're like, yeah, we wanted to help you, and you're like part of the family. Like, that's what they were telling me. They're like, we consider you to be part of the family. But we also want to have our privacy back at some point, like any normal person would. So, anyway, at the homeless shelter, as the weeks went on, things started to get under my skin more and more and more. A lot of the silly rules. Like, there were some rules there that really got you'll if you go back and watch the videos about me being homeless, that was one thing I talked about all the time, with the rules that I could not stand, especially being told when I have to go to bed. I'm a big boy. I got to get up at 5 a.m. tomorrow. I'll go to bed when I damn well feel like it, and guess what? I'm going to get up at 5 a.m. tomorrow. If I go to bed at 4, I'm getting up at 5. Like, I'm not irresponsible. I will be to my job on time. I'm riding my bicycle 21 miles to get to a job and come home, and I'm on time. I'm a half hour early most of the time. That's so I can get breakfast. But So I am a big boy. I know when I can go to bed, and I know when to go to bed. I don't need somebody, like, that was a big deal for me. That was a big one for me. There were some other rules and like curfews and all these different things. And at first it didn't bother me so much because I was weighing the going back and forth with the, well, if you were like living out of your backpack out in the woods, here are all the different challenges you're going to have. Here at the homeless shelter, you got all these stupid rules. You're making a trade-off one way or the other. But week after week after week, it's starting to grind and it's starting to not feel comfortable anymore. But then at the homeless shelter, they, after a certain amount of time, they asked me if I wanted to have my own room up on the top floor, where they have private rooms that you can, that if they get to know you and you don't cause them any problems and they know that they can trust you, they'll let you go have your own space. And so that was like, okay, so now my stress, that lowered my stress, and now I'm like, that was an upgrade. It was like another level. So I went from like up here back down here. My aggravation level, my comfort level went back. I was comfortable, it was like an upgrade, and so that actually gave me a nice boost for a while. But then it started to grind again. Started to grind, and I was getting really frustrated and starting to like, I got to get the fuck out of here kind of a thing, And so, and then it was like, it was really, really grinding my gears and really grinding me down badly. And it finally just, I felt like I couldn't take it anymore. And then all of a sudden the door opened for me to go to Texas. And it all just, everything I needed to move to Texas just magically fell into place. I had no idea how I was going to get down here. And then all of a sudden the means to do it just magically appeared. And it was the same thing with finding this apartment. When it was time, right before it all happens, is like the worst, most frustrating, just, you're so miserable and everything, you just feel completely bonkers. And then all of a sudden, whatever it is happens, and it sets you right, and all in your comfort, it just flips. But then it starts to grind again. And so another example would be, I'm going to go back to like before. I don't want to talk about prison in this video, but I'll go back and talk about, there's jobs. I'll talk about the company that fired me because I wouldn't take the Dr. Fauci, Dr. Mengele vaccine, the Jim Jones Kool-Aid cult. When I started working at this job, it was an awesome place to work. Okay, look, my job interview was literally going downtown for a happy hour after work to drink beer with a bunch of people and have some food and just talk. It was a happy hour. The job interview involved me going down, drinking some pints of beer, hanging out with a bunch of people, meeting them for the first time, going home and getting a job offer in an email the next day. When I started working for them, it was cool. I got along with everybody really well. It was a fun place to work. Everybody was super friendly. Honestly, up until that point, it felt like it was the best job I ever had in my professional career. It was that good. It was that good of an environment. I loved working there. And I would say after, let's see, that was August, September, October, November, December, January, February. So 6 months went by, and it was great. They gave me, it was great. And then started the COVID nonsense. And it kind of went downhill. And I want to say it went downhill fast. But before it stopped. And some changes. And it actually went up again. So it started to go downhill right then. And I was actually in like a little bit of a panic mode, starting to look for another job. And then they gave me a level of comfort. Like, we had some conversations, and the company was actually doing very well during that time. I don't want to get into the reasons why, but the company was making a lot of money during that time period, and nobody had to worry about losing their jobs. We were rolling in dough. And so the enjoyment factor went up again. But when the vaccine came out, the place became a fucking cult. Like, it was bad. And I could just see the writing on the wall. The company was sold to a bigger company, and I quit. I put in my 2-week notice. I had shares in the company, and I was paid out after the sale of that company closed. I got a big check in the mail, and I was like, all right, I quit. I don't want to work for them. I don't want to work for you guys anymore. And they talked me into staying. They gave me a raise. They gave me some other perks, bonus. They really like put the golden handcuffs on, just put it that way. But even though I agreed to stay, and that was a big mistake, I ended up staying. Well, that was May. It's like 7 more months. So I agreed to stay, and the place went on a rocket ship downhill. Every week was just more miserable than the week before, and it was just more uncomfortable and more miserable and awful, and just like in every way, not just the Jim Jones cult, but I'm talking like you got a bunch of people working from home, and they're home alone, and when the Zoom meeting pops up, they're all wearing masks. It's like, we talk about people drive, when you're going outside and you see people driving in their cars all by themselves wearing the stupid mask on their face. These fucking retards are home alone, working from home, showing up to the Zoom meeting with a mask on their face just because they want to be part of the fucking Dr. Fauci mask club. It's like, I may as well have just started showing up to the meetings with a fucking MAGA hat on my head, because the COVID mask is basically the Democrat version of a MAGA hat. It's just, their only reason they're fucking wearing it is because they want everybody to know who they're voting for. That's all it was. That's all it is. It's a fucking thing that you put on your face and you walk around instead of wearing a MAGA hat. It's like, oh, you voted for Kamala. You're voting for that creepy old dementia-riddled hair-sniffing child molester with the crackhead son, who had all those fucking weird-ass pictures on his laptop. I guess that's who you were voting for. I see. I get it. You're wearing the MAGA mask. The anti-MAGA mask. And so then it started to turn into these people were showing up to the meetings. Back in the day, if you had to have an appointment or whatever, and like say you meet with people regularly, you might say, hey, I'm going to be out for a couple hours on Wednesday, but I'll be, I'll let you know when I'm back or whatever. Send me an email. I'll get back to you whenever. Like all it would be, I'm going to be out of the office for a couple hours. Like say you had a doctor's appointment or something like that. You wouldn't just go announcing all your private details to your company or to your coworkers. You'd just be like, the only thing you'd be expected to say is, hey, I'm going to be out for the morning on Wednesday, but I'll be back sometime in the afternoon. If you need me, just send me an email or leave me a message. I'll do my best to keep in touch. That's it. And I mean, you wouldn't even really have to go to that extent. And you really only have to tell the people that you work the closest with. And it was just a courtesy. But now, people are making company-wide announcements to say, I'm going to be out of the office on Wednesday because I have to go get my vaccine. And they would make sure that, like, 150 people fucking know. Like, they would be sending out an email to 150 recipients, making sure everybody knows they're going to be out of the office on Wednesday because I'm getting my vaccine that day. It's like, shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. Who cares? Who fucking cares? And then, like, people were showing up to the Zoom meetings. They're like, look, I got my vaccine card. Yay! And I'm just like, fuck you. Fuck you. And here's the thing. On Friday the 13th, March 2020, we got into a conversation at this place. That was the last time I saw these people in person. We got into this, like, this one guy who got a flu shot sometime in last September, October. He was sick for 3 fucking months. And he was telling all of us. This was before the COVID thing started. There was a point where he was telling all of us, yeah, I got my flu shot, and then I was sick for 3 months. My doctor said something about the flu shot made me sick. And he was hospitalized at one point. But he said he was deathly ill and having all kinds of problems for 3 months before he started to feel better. And it all started the day he got his flu shot. Now that was October, November, December. Okay, now we're into March. And we're all having this conversation about what's going on. It's our last day in the office together. And that guy, the guy who got all fucked up from the flu shot, he made some comment. He goes, yeah. He's like, yeah, well, when they come out with a vaccine, there's going to be a bunch of those anti-vaxxers that won't take it, and that's going to ruin it for everybody. And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, really? You're the one who's calling out the anti-vaxxers? After the shit you just told us about being sick for 3 months after you took your fucking flu shot? And then I went on a fucking thing. I said, number one, I'm like, so are we going to have to go home and work from home from now on every time it's flu season? Because that's all this is. And I went on a little bit of a fucking, I let some stuff out of my mouth. And the last thing that I said was, I already know that when this vaccine comes out, you're all going to fire me. And I'm going to be out of a job because I'm one of those fucking anti-vaxxers that won't take the shot, especially when you're trying to run a fucking medical experiment on all of us, and they're going to be rushing this vaccine out the door. They won't even test it on a fucking monkey before they test it on all of you. And they made some other comment, and I'm like, that's fine. You can all be the testers. I'm not. I'll let you guys take it first and see what happens to you. And if you guys are still around, yeah, I still won't take it. But I said, I'm going to get fired from this job because I won't take the shot. And they're looking at me like, that's absurd, Adam. I think you're taking this a little bit too far. Fast forward a year and a half, I got fired from that job. It was a remote job. Now, that was a remote job from day one. I could go in the office. And I did go to the office maybe once, maybe twice a week. Sometimes less, sometimes more. It just depended on whatever. I had the autonomy to decide when I wanted to go to the office and when I didn't. There was no requirement for me to go to the office. From day one, August of 2019. So yeah, they were all calling me an idiot for suggesting that the company would fire me for not taking the vaccine. A year and a half later, they fired me for not taking the vaccine. But the point is, the job started out great. It was comfortable. The money was great. It was like a lifeline. It was a godsend. It was a really awesome. It was like being the little bird in the nest, and mommy and daddy are going to come feed us. And we don't got to leave the nest, and we got all these feathers, and we're all comfortable, and we can just chill here in the nest. And then all of a sudden, the nest starts getting real uncomfortable, and it starts like everything just starts to deteriorate, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. My stress levels were going up and up and up and up and up. And in the time period leading up to when I got fired, I had already quit the job once, but was given all kinds of money and bonuses and perks and accolades to stay. And but after I stayed, the or the stress was going up and up and up and up and up. The comfort level was going down and down and down and down, and I was constantly watching over my back because I knew they were going to fire me for not taking the shot. And when that started to happen, it started out with emails where they were just like, HR was just kind of pretending to get a gauge on who, they were feeling out who got the shot and who didn't, and I wouldn't respond to any of those emails. And finally they started threatening me, saying you have to respond to the email. And so instead of responding to HR, I responded to my boss. I wish I had I have a screenshot somewhere of the email, but I told my boss, I said, look, I'm not going to join the Jim Jones vaccine cult. And I said, frankly, you guys are acting like a bunch of assholes the way that you're treating people and virtue signaling about this stupid shot. And I'm like, number one, I'm not taking it. There's nothing you can threaten me with that's going to change my mind. I'm like, number two, I'm getting really irritated at the way people are acting at this company. Like, somebody suggested that we could all go out for a happy hour and see each other in person, but only if you're vaccinated and you bring your vaccine card. And I just said, I go, if that's the way that you people want to fucking treat each other, leave me out of it. I never want to see you people again. I put this motherfucker on blast in this email, and he called me right away. Like within half an hour, I got a phone call because he wanted to have a talk with me, and then we got on Zoom so we could be face to face virtually. And he wanted to like make sure he wanted to be perfectly clear with me that they're not going to fire people for not taking the vaccine, that he thinks that would be ridiculous, and that like they don't believe in doing that, that this is not, they're not trying to dig up, they're not trying to put you on a list for termination, blah, blah, blah. He went through and he basically gave me this whole speech about how they would never do that. And that it was not even a month later, he called me up to say, now we're doing that. Now we're firing you because you won't take the vaccine. Like, wow. But that's the kind of shit. It's just another example of when you're about to have a breakthrough, it won't feel like you're having a breakthrough. It's going to feel like everything's falling apart and everything's going to shit. In that situation, things even got worse. When I lost my job, I was like lost for 4 or 5 months. It took me December, January, February, March, April. It took me 5 months to find a new job. I made zero income. They wouldn't give me unemployment. Pennsylvania said, because you willfully disobeyed a direct order from your company, you're disqualified for unemployment. I had a state senator's office. My state senator for my county or my region was fighting on my behalf because she thought it was completely wrong that they would do that. She was trying to fight for people to collect unemployment who were getting fired for refusing the vaccine. She was trying to legally push through laws that would protect us. There was a lot of stuff going on, but I found a job making significantly more money, and it was a much better situation overall. Unfortunately, the FBI drove a tank into my house a few months after that, and everything that you know the story. So that's that's another example of when God's going to open up a door and take you to a new level, a better place. A lot of times it's going to feel like you've hit rock bottom, or it's going to feel like everything's falling apart and everything is just completely unraveling right before the breakthrough, right before the door gets unlocked. I'll give you one more example and then I'll quit. I worked at, I'm going to say it, PNC Bank. I've told this story many times on this channel. Um, I had my own business doing freelance work for 6 years, and PNC Bank was my biggest client, and they were awesome to work with. All the people that I worked with at PNC were great. From what I was told, I met the CEO a few times because the people that I worked with there were really high up. And I met the CEO here and there. Never really got to know him, but I met him a few times. Seemed like a nice guy. Everybody loved him. Thought he was great. The atmosphere, the vibe, the culture, and I worked with lots of different people at the bank, lots of different departments, lots of vice presidents. I mean, banks have lots of vice presidents, but a lot of really high-ranking people, and they were my number one client when I was freelancing for 6 years. And so then I went a different direction in my career, and but okay, let's see that, like, maybe, let's see, 2009, 12, 30, 40. So I guess it was 10 years. 10 years went by. It absolutely was 10 years. So there was this 6 year span where they were my number one client, and I knew a lot of people there. The company culture was great. I just, for a big company, a big corporate company like that, I liked working with them. And there were projects that I would work on for them where I would have to go into their office 5 days a week for months at a time and interface with their people and have like my own little office or a cubicle or something to get the job done. But I was still a contractor, a freelancer. Most of the time I was working from home, but I'm telling you, I worked for like 6 different departments. I worked on all kinds of crazy shit for them for 6 years. And it was great. I never met somebody I didn't like there. 10 years later, in 2019, on January 2nd, I started working there again. And it was a completely different experience. I'm talking like night and day. It was cutthroat. It was miserable. It was like just oppressive, mean-spirited, petty, just a grind in every way, shape, or form. The IT department was condescending and rude and unhelpful, and your computer would be so locked down by IT that you couldn't do your job because I couldn't even set the clock to the right time. Even though the Macintosh, computers now can set their own clocks to the right time, my clock on my computer was 20 minutes slow. So even my time, and I couldn't get somebody in the IT department to allow me to set my clock to the right time. I can't even set my clock. I mean, it was bad. I could talk about that part for a half hour. But everything, it was terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. One of the worst places I've ever worked in my entire career, bad. I was making seriously good money. And when it started out, it was like, I mean, only for like a couple of weeks. It was good because the money, I was unemployed. I could even go backwards one more job. But all I'm saying is I was happy to have this job at first. And once again, I quit in 3 months. Because it was like God was going to open a door for me, but that test was, he wanted to see if I would just jump. Like, he was not going to make that, no matter what I did to try and improve that place and improve my situation there, it just kept going down, 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 down. And it just kept getting worse. And there was nothing I could do to make that any better. They had a new CEO. It was a completely different company, a completely different culture. Mind-blowing how much it changed in 10 years. The culture was just rotten to the core. And compared to what it was when I had worked for them for 6 years, 10 years prior. And so, once again, it was just everything started to boil over, and it just finally, I just couldn't take it anymore, and I quit. And all of a sudden, an opportunity popped right up, and I got to spend the whole summer with my son doing fun things, doing a good paying freelance project for the whole summer that allowed me to spend all kinds of time with my son and basically run my own schedule. I could work in the morning for a few hours. I could be like, all right, let's go swimming. Let's go on a hike, whatever. Come home, hang out with my son for a bit, watch a movie, play a video game, whatever. And then at like 8 o'clock at night, I could go back out and work till midnight, sleep in the next day, work from like 9 to 1, go do something with the kid, hang out with him for a bit, go back out, work. I could pick my own schedule. Every Monday I would report to a meeting and have to present what I did. And throughout the week, we had some sort of chat. We had different ways of communicating with each other. If I wanted to, I would put in what's called a pull request with code that I wrote, and somebody would review it whenever they felt like it. And then if they thought there weren't going to be any problems, they would merge it into the main branch of the application. And this is just all how, when you've got 20 different people writing code for the same project, you have to kind of like avoid stepping on each other's toes and keep track of what everybody does, so that if somebody screws something up, you can quickly undo it and kind of roll it back to what it was before. And so there's tools to do that. And so anyway, I worked on this all summer long, but then even that started to become kind of uncomfortable, and that started to kind of, it's that whole repeating pattern of things will start out good, but when it's time to move on, God, he will make everything uncomfortable. He'll make everything feel like it's falling apart. Right before the breakthrough happens is usually usually you're at the very, very cusp of giving up. You're at the very edge of your sanity. You're like ready to just throw in the towel. Like you will get completely worn down, ground to a pulp, ready to throw in the towel, ready to give up on everything. And you have absolutely no more left to give. And then all of a sudden the door pops open and God's there to like, okay, you're ready for the next one. And he takes you to the next place. And it's like, boom. Before the PNC job, I worked at a company. It was a wonderful opportunity. It came my way. It was, I would say, for the first year, it was wonderful. It was a great place to work. I loved every day I worked there. It was a great experience. And then the company started to have some issues here and there. There were always some challenges. There were some things that were there in the beginning that I didn't like, but that's a job. A job's never going to be perfect. But then after about a year, there were some issues, and another year goes by, and by the end of that second year, it was like starting to get uncomfortable. It's like things were kind of like not good. In fact, by the end of the second year, they were threatening to fire me. And they wanted to fire me. But I just kept doing what I was doing, and I turned out some really good work that impressed like everybody in the company, and they were all like, I gave a demonstration to the entire company one day during this time that they were trying to fire me, and it like blew everybody away. And they were so impressed and so shocked at how good of a job I had done that the people that wanted to fire me couldn't fire me now, because they were also having problems. The company was going through problems, and people were fleeing the company like rats trying to get off of the Titanic while it's sinking. or like all the people scrambling for the lifeboats on the Titanic, and that was kind of like happening at this company. So they had to be tactful on how they wanted to get rid of me, but now I just went and gave this company-wide presentation, and everybody was shocked about like how good it was, and they're like, well, Adam obviously knows what he's doing. We can't get rid of him. You know what I mean? But the people that wanted to get rid of me, now they're like, fuck. They had to wait. This was like March, April. So they had to wait. They wanted to get rid of me like right then. Like I was due to be out the door in April or May. But then I basically, if they had fired me after that presentation, people would have just said, fuck this place, I'm out. If they did that to him, what are they going to do to me? That would have been the sentiment. So they're like, fuck, what do we do now? They waited until October and got rid of me with a few other people to come. But anyway, they made that last time frame from that last part of that company. I started working there in December 2015. That was, so 2016, 2017. From January in 2018 to October, they made that place, it was absolute hell to work there. Every day for the entire year I would go in. I worked from home for the most part, but I went in once, maybe twice a week. Everybody I worked with had the same routine. Most of us worked from home. We would come in for certain meetings. We would come in just for the hell of it. There was no requirement. I didn't have to announce which days I could just show up on a Friday. Oh, hey, how you doing, Adam? Haven't seen you for a week. You know, like, everything good, you know, and have conversations with people and see them in person. And, but every day I would wake up and start my job wondering if today was going to be the last day. Not because I was going to quit. There were days I wanted to quit. In fact, I had a resignation email typed up and ready to go on 3 separate occasions, and I just couldn't get myself to push the enter key to hit send. And I said, walk away. Like, before I hit send, I said, go to the house, go walk away, go take a break, go chill for a minute. Take, like, how about just quit for the day, come back in the morning and see if you still want to hit that send button. That's how bad this place had gotten. But the first year and a half, this was like, once again, it was like the best job I'd ever had. It was the best group of people I'd worked with in my career. It was like a really great thing. It was just nothing but good. Nothing but good. And as it kept going downhill, it got more and more uncomfortable. Everything just started to fall apart. And when I got fired from the job in October, they fired me on a day that I was supposed to go to a job interview, and I ended up blowing the job interview for the new job because I was too busy getting fired at the old job, and I couldn't show up at the job interview for the new job. So it was like that level of chaos. And everything was just completely falling apart, and but then a door like, once again, it's like, things just completely come in waves. When you're about to hit a breakthrough, things get super, super intense and super out of control, and just everything feels like you are going to feel like you just want to just jump off a cliff and end it. Like you're going to want to hang it up. Like in prison, people would tie a bed sheet around a balcony and the other part around their neck and just jump off the balcony in a pod and hang it up. A lot of people do that in prison. And you'll feel like that, or you'll feel along those lines. And it's this whole sermon today, this whole sermon that I listened to today that got me, I feel like I'm coming out of that funk that I've been in all week. because I listened to that sermon, it started to kind of hit home. Every time every time I'm really, really down in the dumps, and every time I'm really like feeling like I've got nothing left, I've got zero in the tank, everything's just chaos, everything's falling apart, nothing's going my way, nothing that I do is amounting to anything, it's just everything's broke, everything sucks, nothing works. When it all starts to feel like that, this sermon today, so I didn't go to church, but I listened to this sermon. It was an hour long. After I was done listening to it, I'm like, this guy's got a point. Because how many times can I remember going through this same thing, where a period of my life starts out up here, but all of a sudden I'm at rock bottom mentally and physically. I'm worn out, I'm stressed out, I'm feeling like everything's falling apart, everything's chaos, no matter what I do, it doesn't work. One thing after the next, after the next, after the next, and it's just nothing but chaos and negativity, and everything's falling apart, and everything's about to crash, and then boom, God comes along and just drops something on me, and it changes everything. One phone call, one email, one opportunity, whatever it is, and then everything changes in the blink of an eye, like snap of a finger. And it just shoots into another direction, and you're on like the next thing, the next step. You've leveled up. You beat the boss, and now you're going on to the next level of the game. And so I'm frustrated the last 2 weeks. The lack of a shower, the biking, the fact that basic hygiene's not even a thing anymore. Riding a bike 40 miles just to make $50 to $100, not even making enough to pay the bills of the tiny house, which means I've got to do other things to make that money, which I am. But all this frustration, not being able to get a car. Every time I try to get a car, I get shot down. The Texas DMV makes it impossible for me to get my driver's license. When I finally do, now I got to go find a place. All the money that I had saved up for a car is going to pay for a new apartment, tiny house, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of frustration building up. And I'm worn out from it. I'm completely drained from it. But that also, the whole point of the sermon is, if that's where you are right now, then you're probably really, really close to something big breaking through. And you will end up looking back at this period saying to yourself, man, I'm glad I didn't give up. I was this close to I was this close to throwing in the towel. I was this close to just saying fuck it. I was this close to, you might be this close to hanging it up. And but you will be glad. You'll look back and say, holy crap, I'm so glad I toughed that out. Because look at where we are now. Look at where I am now. Look at what happened. Look at where things are. Look at the opportunity that came. Or because of the hard work you did here, look what happened over here. Or because of this phone call that you made, or this email that you sent 6 months ago, all of a sudden it's paying off today. Or you don't know. You planted a seed and somehow it grew and fruit started. All of a sudden you've got baskets of fruit coming your way. Because of some seed you planted a year ago that you'd forgotten about. Somebody you shook hands with, you don't even remember. You wouldn't even know their name if they introduced themselves to you today. All of a sudden things you never know what form it's going to take, or how it's going to happen, or what it's going to be. But I can say from experience that it's hard to think this way. It's hard to not be wrapped up in your own, like getting all frustrated and pissed off about things that are out of your control. But I also know that when things get really bad, when things just completely start, when you're just completely at the end of what you just don't think you have another day left in you to put up with whatever it is that you're putting up with, all of a sudden something will come out, and you'll be like, oh my God, I'm so glad I was able to persevere to get to this point because things are so good right now. I've experienced that 1, 2, 3. I could come up, I've just listed out 3 or 4 different examples of where I was at that point, and then boom, magically I'm way up. And then, as it's getting closer to the time to rise again to the next level, it starts feeling like you're moving backwards, and it starts to feel like everything's falling apart, and that everything's completely out of control and chaos, and you're about to fall flat on your face, and you don't know what to do, and no matter what you do, nothing works, and you're banging your head against a brick wall trying to get through, and you just end up with a headache at the end of the day, and whatever the case may be. But then all of a sudden God opens a door in the brick wall that you didn't even see was there, and now you can just walk right through, and you're in a brand new room with brand new, everything's brand new, and it's all better. But you also got to keep in mind, when you go to that next level and you go to the next thing and everything's better and everything is like, oh, you could breathe a sigh of relief because, maybe you're making more money now than you were before, and you can survive, and maybe I'll get to maybe the next level for me will be somehow to make enough money to buy a car and get a place where I can actually allow my son to come visit and spend time down here. And all of that kind of stuff. I'll on one hand, I'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief and relax into it. But then there might come a time where over a period of time, you're going to get to a point where you've got to level up again. And everything's going to get uncomfortable, and you're going to feel like it's all falling apart, and you're just going to go through that cycle again. So that's the lesson. That's the thing that I wanted to talk about today. I think I'm going to cut this video off and make this video 35, I think it is. And then if I record any more videos before this video goes up, I'm just going to make a new segment. I might be like a week behind. You might be watching these videos a week after I record them, based on how much time I have available to do what needs to be done, from me sitting in a chair and talking and getting them posted online. But yeah, that's the topic for today. So I told you in the beginning how frustrating things are right now because of, I have a bicycle I need to tune up, a brand new bicycle that I haven't been able to do a tune up on. I've been here for a month and a half, almost 2 months. That's almost 8 Sundays in a row that I haven't been able to do what I need to do. Anyway, the phone fell out of my hand. 8 Sundays where I haven't been able to do what I have to be able to do to fix that bicycle and make it so that I have 2 bicycles to pick from in the morning when I want to go to work. I've had time to do a pretty good tune-up on one of the bicycles, but now I have more maintenance I need to do to that bike. The last 2 weekends in a row, I couldn't even go to church. I couldn't do anything because I've had to clean my tiny house, deep clean. I shouldn't have to deep clean my place more than once every 3 months because I'm keeping the place clean. But when the guy comes in and starts doing construction work, the whole place is trashed. It was actually more trashed this morning when I woke up than it was when I moved in here. But I've got it 90% back, but I'm still going to have to take Tuesday and Wednesday. I've got to go to the bakery tomorrow, which is Monday. Then Tuesday's completely shot because I've got a job interview that I have to ride my bike 40 miles to go on a job interview. got to prepare for it. I got to take clothes. I got to go down there early, find a place to park, lock my bike, change my clothes, walk into the job interview carrying my backpack with me, with a bike helmet visible. So it's gonna, like, it's already gonna be like, did you fucking ride your bike here? Like, that's gonna be awkward. I got to figure something out for that. Maybe I can hide my bike. Maybe I can hide stuff somewhere so I can just walk in, do the interview, and leave without having that, do you have reliable transportation nonsense? Or maybe they'll just think it's cool that I'm a cool dude that rides a bike. I don't know. You never know how that's going to go. It's awkward. They want to know you have a car. And if you tell them you don't have a car and you ride a bicycle, that'll be a reason that they won't hire you. So I don't want that question to come up. I want to wait until the first day of work and then say, hey, do you got a place I can put my bicycle? Because I'm going to ride my bike to work. And then it's too late. They've hired you. Like, they're going to have to say, well, okay. But either way, I got to do that on Tuesday. Tuesday's fucking shot. Wednesday and Thursday are my only days to not go to the bakery. And I'm so far behind on projects. I wasn't falling apart like this when I lived at my friend's house, because my bike ride to and from the bakery was 15 minutes. And it wasn't a big deal. So, like, it's like, that's why I'm like, there must be something. I must be close to something, because I don't think I would be as shot out as I am right now if I wasn't really close to some sort of breakthrough. As I'm sitting here, as I just said that sentence, I thought of 3 more examples I could share with you about how when you're that close to a breakthrough, things just completely start to fall apart. I'm telling you, I could talk about this for 6 more hours and just give you one example after the next. Times where I was completely shot out and strung out and completely at the end of my rope and had no more left to give. And then that phone rings, and it's like a complete life-changing experience, to where all of a sudden I'm back on top and everything's fixed and I'm at the next level, and it's like everything's great. And then even in those situations, they deteriorate over time when they've run their course. You could even think about it in terms of a relationship. I've never had the intention of bouncing from one chick to the next. I wanted to meet the one that I want to spend the rest of my life with. That's what I want. Doesn't seem to be in the cards for this guy. I was just telling somebody the other day. Somebody was asking me, so why didn't you ever get married? And I said, because every time I go shopping for a ring, that's when the whole fucking thing falls apart. And I could probably think of about four or five times in my life where I go and pick out a fucking ring, and then boom, everything falls apart in that relationship like that. So it's like, I don't want to go ring shopping. If I meet the girl of my dreams somehow, if it ever happens again, I don't want to go shop for a fucking ring, because that's the death of my relationship, and I want to keep the girl. If I start looking for a ring, I'm going to lose her. Like, it's a pattern. It's no joke. Every time I've ever gone ring shopping, the fucking relationship, boom, it explodes right then and there. I've lost every single relationship the minute I go looking for a ring. So don't fucking look for a ring. That's not in the cards. If you meet the one, don't fucking get a ring. I don't know what that means, but don't go ring shopping. That's the death of your relationship. But in these relationships, sometimes they start out really great, and then they start to go that way. and they run their course. I'm not even talking about the ones where I went ring shopping and everything fucking blew up. I'm talking about, like, just sometimes you meet somebody and you think it's good, but then, like, 90 days, the 90-day trial period, before that's over, crazy starts to show up, and you're like, might not be what I thought it was, and it just kind of, you know, all the signs and wonders point to it's time to move on. It's like that with many aspects of life. And so I feel like that's why I'm going through what I'm going through right now. This particular, all these things, the internet, the T-Mobile internet connection, it was solid for about a month. Right now, it's like, seems like every single night between 8 p.m. and 10 or 11 p.m., the internet goes down 3 or 4 times a night now. I have to get on tech support with T-Mobile 3 to 5 times a week through their online chat, because I'm not going to talk to someone from India I can't understand. But it's like the internet's a complete mess. There's no hot water. All these things are falling apart. I'm riding my bike 40 miles a day to make $50 because if I get sent home early. There's all these different aspects of life that are just, it's like that, what I was just saying. It's complete chaos and complete and utter, just complete. I have not felt this burned out. I never felt as burned out as I am right now the whole time I was homeless, the whole time I was living in the apartment with the ex, the whole time I was living at my friend's house. Like, literally, like, right now, right this very moment, this last week has been worse. It hasn't been worse than being in prison, but it's the worst week I've had since I got out. Yeah, I can say that. And so it just makes me, when that sermon popped up on its own, I wasn't looking for it. It popped up front and center today. The title caught my attention, and when I listened to it, I was like, there was even some David and Goliath in there. Like, that's been a recurring theme over the last couple of weeks, that, like, I'm not supposed to be afraid. I'm basically going up against Goliath right now, and I'm going to beat him. But it's taken its toll. But after I beat Goliath, King David, obviously, if we're calling him King David, things started to work out for the guy after he beat Goliath. He still went through some trials and tribulations and whatnot, but, it all worked out for him. So, I guess I just got to pick up my rock and throw it at Goliath's face and get that out of the way, and then maybe things will start to go better. But until then, we'll talk again later. What up, everybody? Oh, man. Beat. I can't even think straight. Oh. Oh, it was a nice day. Massive thunderstorm that pretty much stopped right when I had to get up this morning, so that was nice to not have to ride in the rain. Everything was wet, the roads were wet, but I didn't get wet. There was a chill in the air. It was like 64, but there was a slight chill in the air, so I didn't get too far, and I pulled out my raincoat and just threw it on, but it was only about 10 minutes later that I had to unzip it all the way down and kind of pull it out to get airflow. Just because I overheated a little bit. Once I put that on, it was, my long sleeve jerseys are too thick for that temperature. I just need like, I don't know. This is add it to my list. It's a nice ride though. I listened to another episode of. I started to listen to an episode of No Agenda, the No Agenda podcast. There was a new episode that came out Sunday, I think, yesterday. But that show is 3 hours long, so it's an, I didn't even make it through half of the show so far. But I am going to start collecting podcasts and pick and choose episodes that I think would be interesting and just build up a cache of podcasts especially for the morning rides, the early morning rides. That really hit the spot. That made the commute better. Just something different, something engaging, something to think about. You just laugh, whatever. Music was good though. I had to change. I have a bunch of playlists, and when I was living at my friend's house, my commute was 15 minutes. And most of these playlists that I put together specifically for these bike routes, the playlists are anywhere from 4 to 7 hours each. So one playlist, I'd hit play, and I would just listen until it was over. But that would cover weeks. It might be 3 weeks of listening to the same playlist because I'm listening to 15 minutes at a time. Now, I'm listening to an hour and a half at a time. Anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half. So a playlist doesn't last anywhere near as long, and I started getting bored listening to the same songs over and over again over the last month and a half. So today, all I did was queued up Led Zeppelin's Song Remains the Same concert from Madison Square Garden. I believe this was recorded in like 1965. Probably one of the best concerts ever in the history of music. And I threw that on when I left the bakery today for my 21-mile ride home, and that's like that's about a 3-hour concert. So I got Dazed and Confused was playing when I got home, and it was probably about halfway through, but that's a half-hour rendition of Dazed and Confused. that song is 30 minutes long. So such a good ride though. That concert made that ride so much fun. The wind was to my back. I blasted that ride home. Oh, it was so fast. Definitely feeling better today. I did the thing again today when I got to the bakery. In fact, it was after I got changed and I was just about to sit down and eat my breakfast. I said the little prayer that it's not just for me. I think that makes a difference. I said a prayer to Lord, help me get through this day, but also help everybody else who's here get through our day, like together. Help us get along with each other, have a good time, joke and laugh, and put our misery aside and get through this day. And I'm not kidding. Every time I do that, every time I say a prayer like that, it's a noticeable difference. It's a noticeable difference in how the day goes. Everybody is in a better mood. It's like, it's not just, I'm telling you, there's been days where I walk in and there's just a foul mood in the air, and I'll go say that prayer and I'll come out and it'll be like, boom, over with. Everybody's everybody's laughing, joking, like having a good time. Everybody's happy. You know, everybody's getting along. There's no drama. There really isn't any drama at this place, to be honest. There really isn't. But there are days where, it is what it is. You just don't want to be there, and you're just, ugh. And so there's every now and then something will get under my skin. I'm sure it happens to everybody. So, but I'll say that prayer and it works. It works, like it's instantaneous. And so it's just something I got to remember to do before I start those days. Coming home to the tiny house being more or less clean. It's not 100%, but knowing that this weekend I should not have to spend another Sunday, a third Sunday in a row, missing church so I can stay home and just clean up a giant fucking mess like I had to do the last 2 Sundays in a row. That was miserable. Tomorrow I got a bike ride to go to a job interview. It's not until the afternoon, but I'm going to have to leave with enough time to, to get there. I'm going to have a full day. But my whole day tomorrow is going to revolve around this job interview. If I owned a car, it wouldn't be that way. It would be an easy thing to deal with. This kind of has like the same feel of a lot of these job interviews I went on in Jamestown, New York. I would have to walk 5 miles each way to go to a job interview. 4.5 miles. I'd walk for an hour and a half one way just to go to a 20-minute interview at like Taco Bell or something like that. Five Guys Burgers. And then turn around and walk all the way back to town. And that, a 15-20 minute job interview ends up being my entire day, literally, because I have to leave 2 hours before the interview, at least, do the interview, and then, a couple hours to get, an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever it is. I mean, you're talking like, if it's a 1 o'clock interview in the afternoon, I would have to leave the library around 11 a.m. And I was barely going to make it back to the homeless shelter in time for dinner. Just to go on one job interview. And it's kind of like that with I'm covering longer distances now. This is like an 18-mile. If it's a straight shot, I could take the route. If you know anything about Houston, the Route 45 access road, the way the highways are here, you have, a divided highway, interstate, 4 to 6 lanes each direction going north or south. Huge road. Fast. Ridiculously fast road. It sucks to drive on it. But on either side of the interstate, it's what's called an access road. And that is a 2 to 4 lane road that runs right alongside the interstate. So if you want to get on the interstate, first you have to get on the access road. Then you have to drive until there's an on-ramp, get on the on-ramp and go up to the interstate. And then, when you get off the interstate, you get off a ramp that takes you down to the access road. And then the access road, there's businesses, there's all kinds of stuff along these access roads. But the way people drive on them and the level of traffic is fucking insane. And so this place I got to go tomorrow, I could literally just get right on the access road and it's a straight shot. Let's say 16 miles to get there. I don't want to take the Route 45 access road for 16 miles each way. Oh my God, that would be an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Loud, obnoxious. I couldn't even stand walking around certain areas of Jamestown to go to some of these job interviews. There were certain parts of town and certain streets that were just so loud and obnoxious with the traffic and the volume that I would do anything I could to get away from those roads. And I'm walking on the sidewalks, I'm not walking in the street. So it has more to do, aside from the danger and the, people driving by 90, people coming. I had a tractor trailer today clip me going like, he was probably going 65 miles an hour, came within like 6 inches of my shoulder. Fucking douchebag. Like I could have reached out my hand and just brushed my hand along the side of the truck as he drove by. All he would have had to do is swerve 6 inches to the right and he would have run me over. But that's how these fucking douchebags are down here. I absolutely hate the drivers of Houston. I think you're all a bunch of fucking dirtbags on the road. I've never seen bigger pieces of shit on a fucking road in my life. Anywhere. I'm talking San Juan, Puerto Rico, Manhattan, Boston, Philadelphia. You name the worst city you've ever. Chicago. I've driven all over Chicago. The only bigger city, because Houston is the fourth biggest city in America. I've driven all over New York City. I've driven all over Chicago. I've never driven around LA. I have navigated around San Francisco, but I didn't drive when I was out there. I was taking cabs and walking mostly. Took a tour bus to go to the Redwood Forest and do some other shit, but no, I had, and then, but yeah, Miami. I've driven in all these big cities. San Juan, Puerto Rico is probably the craziest place I've ever driven until I came to Houston, and I'm like, holy fuck, this is crazy. This place just, fuck, whoa, man, this is like a whole new level of idiotic shit. Today there was a bunch of fucking cows running. Look this up. I saw a little clip on a news feed. A bunch of fucking cows got loose, and there were a bunch of fucking bulls running down the middle of Route 45, the major interstate here. And the cops were trying to round these fucking cows up. Like, what the fuck, Texas? You gotta figure your shit out. You people are batshit crazy. I don't even know, man. I'm like... there are days where I'm just like, why did I come here? Obviously, the reason is because I had 3 terrible options of what to do with my life, and coming to Houston was the least terrible of the 3 terrible options. So, that's the reason. It was a no-brainer of a choice. I just don't know if I don't think this is my home for a lot. I don't know how long I'll be here, but I don't think I'm gonna like retire. I don't think this will be the end of my journey. I just don't see it. I don't know about this. I don't know about Texas. I've never been to Texas until I came here, so I can't judge where I'd never been. But Texas was one of those places I really didn't care if I'd ever go. See it. It was like, yeah, I'd like to go check out Texas, but at the same time, don't really care. And I don't know. There's a number of places like that I just could care less if I ever see or not. So I don't know. I really can't judge it until I get to a point where I can make a decent living and actually experience this place from the perspective of somebody who has their shit together to some extent and is not just dirt poor and struggling to survive. So, because being dirt poor and struggling to survive, it don't matter where you are, it's gonna suck. So, the weather's great. Like I said, it was 64 degrees this morning. It was probably closing in on 90 on the way home. It was hot on the way home, but the heat, I mean, I'm telling you, the temperature makes such a big difference. The ride home was about 14 minutes faster than the ride into work, just because of the temperature difference. When it's hot, I'm hot. I'm on it. I ride faster when it's hot outside than when it's cold outside. Every single time. I would choose the heat over the cold every single time. So that's nice. It's like not even the end of March, and it's basically, this is like what summer would be up in New York. This is like, they don't really, I don't know, it goes from like you get a few weeks of winter and then it's summer again. It's nice. I like it. Everybody tells me how much I'm gonna hate it. It's already 90 degrees. What, like, I don't hate this. It's been like 88, 89, 88. Fine, make it 97. I don't give a shit. Like, it's not that big of a difference. I'm going to be outside riding my bike. Probably. I will choose 97 degrees and humid over 40 every single time. Every single time. It's not even a choice. That's not even something, that's a reflex. That's not even something that has to be registered in the brain. I would pick the warmer temperature every time. So yeah, the bakery wasn't bad today. But I gotta spend some time. I gotta shave. This is driving me crazy. But honestly, like, I'm letting myself go a lot more than I otherwise would. I know I get scruffy from time to time because I just don't like to shave every day. But like, the lack of having a hot shower in my place for almost 2 fucking months is really like having a negative effect on my overall, like, that's probably the number one thing bringing me down right now. I've got a tentative timeline for how and when this will be done, and I'm like, if it's not, I've got a date in mind. If it's not done, if I don't have any kind of assurance, or if it just kind of flakes out again, shit is not gonna be, it's not gonna go good. I mean, I have all the leverage. All the cards are in my deck for this. It's up to me what I'm gonna do. I just want to, get past this and, just forget about it. To be honest, as soon as it's fixed, if it's fixed, and if it's if the job's done right and done well, I'll probably not even talk about it other than express gratitude for having a hot shower. But until then, it's gonna be fucking miserable. But tomorrow I'll have an interesting day. I don't know. It's a bike ride, but it's gonna be new territory. So I don't want to take the Route 45 access road. There's another road called the Hardy Toll Road. It goes by the airport here, one of the airports, the main airport. That road has its own access road, and that's another route. All these routes, like, the way, it's just that this city is so fucking retarded with how the grid is designed. It's just bad. But I did poke around, and I was able to figure out some back streets that I can kind of put together. But I'm going to have to put a custom route together and save it to my phone as a custom route so that I can basically use it to navigate tomorrow. And I've got to give myself enough time to make sure that, you know, there could be a street that Google's telling me to take that doesn't even exist. That's happened. Where there literally is no street. The one time Google told me to take a street, I was a quarter mile away from the bakery. Google said, take this street. I'm like, what fucking street? There's no street here. There's literally a fence for a cul-de-sac so that, you know, these uppity, rich, snobby assholes don't have to deal with riffraff in their neighborhood or whatever. I'm a quarter mile from Target, from the plaza where Target is, and I had to go on a 6-mile fucking ride to get from where I was to the Target that was a quarter mile away. That was fucking nuts. That's how it is here. That's how Houston's laid out. You could literally be 500 feet from your destination, but you got to go on an 8-mile drive to get there because of how fucking retarded the road. Retarded is not even a accurate enough term. Like, retarded is too light of a way to put it. This place is... I don't know what phrase I could use that's worse than retarded, but I've never seen a dumber... Like, these people... There must be something in the fucking water here or something. Because the way these people designed these fucking roads is like, wow. It's mind-blowingly fucking... It's mind-blowingly stupid. Unbelievable how bad it is here. Yeah, I've been so many places. This is like, what? This just blows my mind. Like, this is like hard to wrap my mind around how bad it is. Every time I try to figure out how to get from one place to another, it's like, you've got to be fucking kidding me, is my thought process. Like, every time I've gone on a drive, every time I've had to go somewhere, it doesn't matter. The time I went and got my chair, I got this chair, that office chair over there, off of Facebook Messenger. I borrowed my friend's truck to go pick it up. And the retarded ass way I had to go to get there just was like, what the fuck? Like, the whole time. And then when I got to where it was like just getting through the neighborhood to get to the house where it was. The whole time, I'm just like, you gotta... What the fuck? What the fuck? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Holy shit, what the fuck? This is so fucking stupid. How fucking retarded is this? Like, that's the only thing coming out of my mouth the whole time. The whole time I'm driving to that place and then back to my friend's house. Like, dumbfounded by how completely stupid this place is when it comes to driving and like, just the way the roads are built, and none of the roads connect to each other. I thought Pittsburgh was one of the most confusing places that you could ever drive because of how... You look at a map of Pittsburgh, it literally looks like someone dumped a bowl of spaghetti out and called that a map. And most people are very confused by it when they first go there. No, Pittsburgh's nothing. Houston's the worst place I've ever seen in my life in terms of driving or biking, walking. I honestly, the only place you see a sidewalk in Houston is some rich asshole neighborhood, and then in those neighborhoods, people don't even use them. Like, they're just there for decoration and to make the property value go up, I guess, in the cul-de-sac. These fucking roads don't have shoulders. I'm done. I can't talk about it anymore, but I gotta make a custom route. And so I think the ride, if I take the direct route, is 16 miles each way. But it's gonna be like 19 miles each way, because I'm going to make a custom route that helps me avoid the roads that I don't want to take. And I would gladly go an extra 6 miles if it means I can avoid those roads. The route that I take to the bakery right now is about 4 miles longer each way. I could get to the bakery. I believe 16 miles is the shortest route I can take, according to Google Maps. And Google Maps, it's bicycleable, if that's a word. It's bicycleable. How you can ride your bicycle. I have taken that route to and from once. Won't do it again. Fucking miserable. Horrible, horrible. Because it takes a good chunk of it is on that Route 45 access road, and I will not fucking do it. It's so awful. Just the noise. It's not so much the dangerous drivers and the lunatics and the horn honking and all. It's the obnoxious. It's the level of noise. I don't even want to walk to Walmart. There was a video I shot a few weeks ago when I walked to Walmart to go shopping, and you could see that I was just kind of walking down the grassy no shoulder of the Route 45 access road, and that's the only way to get from here to Walmart, because there's another fucking cul-de-sac with a road that goes directly, like I could leave my house, make a right, make a quick left, and go through this cul-de-sac, and the road would take me straight to Walmart. But these fucking douchebag assholes have the whole thing gated off, including the sidewalk. You would need like a special suburban douchebag key or some sort of key card, and there's a guardhouse. There's a fucking guardhouse at both ends of this fucking thing. So I'd have to sneak past the guard, find a way to pick the fucking lock for the gate going across the sidewalk, just to avoid having to walk up the Route 45 access road that has no fucking sidewalk of any kind at all, or shoulder, or anything. It's fucked. It's so fucked here. I live in a residential neighborhood with house after house after house, all crowded together. Not one fucking sidewalk in the whole neighborhood. There's just dirt. There's just matted down dirt paths that go through people's yards. Because the fucking city just decided, fuck sidewalks, fuck those scumbags. If you walk, you're a piece of shit. Go fuck yourself and die. That's how they view you. If you want to walk somewhere, go fucking die. You scumbag piece of shit, we fucking hate you. Go fuck yourself and die. That's what they want you. That's what it is to walk somewhere in Houston. It's fucking ridiculous. I gotta stop, because I absolutely, so far, that is by far the thing I hate the most about Houston so far. If I'm going to talk about the stuff I don't like, the roads and navigation and, being a pedestrian, being a cyclist, these fucking lazy douchebag pieces of shit will literally drive to go to their next door neighbor's house. Pile in the fucking car, leave the driveway, go to the driveway next door, and get back out of the because fuck walking. Yeah, I'm not gonna walk to a house that's 30 feet away. Fuck that. Well, let's drive. Like, that's how these fucking people. Oh my god, I gotta stop because I absolutely hate that about. I am so. I'm not the only one who feels this way too, because I've looked this up. I'm like, am I just crazy? Am I just overreacting? No. A lot of people absolutely. In fact, that's a factor that drives people away from here. Is because it's so bad. It's so bad that people want to get away from it because they can't take it. It's awful. It's awful. I've never been someplace worse. I can't get myself to stop. I can't get off this topic. So, yeah, I'm going to make a custom map so that I can try to avoid. I'm just like rolling my eyes because I know I'm gonna make this custom map. I'm gonna do it later on tonight so that I can get it on my phone and get it prepped so that it's when I open up Google Maps, it's there, and I don't gotta worry about doing it tomorrow. And but just because I make the map on, on my screen, doing it in reality and seeing it on a map are two different things. So I'm just like, it's really gotten to the point where if I have to go somewhere new, whether it's walk, whether it's drive, whether it's bike, I'm completely like stressed out about it because like I've never gone anywhere around here where the trip wasn't completely fucking horrible. Like not one time have I left the house to go somewhere and been like, oh, that was a pleasant drive. No, it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. This place is the worst place in all of the United States to travel around in. Like hands down. Like I cannot. I would put my money down. I don't have any money, but if I did, I'd put all my money on that bet that you cannot find a worse place than this to drive. Or bike, or walk, or take public transit, which doesn't exist, and ride an e-bike. I don't know, come up with 50 different ways to transport yourself, and every single one of those is absolutely horrible here in Houston. Wow. Like, I don't know, like somebody I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. Someone needs to answer for this. Someone did a bad job. Someone got hired to do a job and they failed. It was a flat out fail. This place needs a fucking do-over. That's all I'm gonna say. I've heard all the excuses too. It grew too fast and all this. Just shut the fuck up. You knew how shitty it was when you built it. You could have looked at a map. You could have looked at it on paper before you built the fucking thing and realized this is pretty fucking retarded. We could do something better, but no, you chose to make it retarded, so eat it. Now you get to eat your own fucking dog turds. So, I don't know, man. Oh. So, yeah. Just half an hour of me bitching about how bad the roads are here. There's no way I'll be able to live in Houston and not hate that every single day that I'm here. I've never lived somewhere. I've never been someplace where that was even an issue. Like I've traveled all over the place. I don't mind. I mean, yeah, you go to New York City and it's a mess. But you can get around. I've never like, you have expectations. When you go to New York City, you've got to expect there's going to be a traffic jam. There's going to be horn honking. There's going to be some stuff to deal with. No, this Houston, holy shit, this place is some of the dumb shit you see on the roads, aside from cows and bulls just running up and down the interstate. These motherfuckers got these hubcaps. Like, there's no rules about cars here at all. These motherfuckers are rolling around with hubcaps that I can't even explain it. Like, I gotta put my phone like this. Hold on. I don't even know how do I do this? See, I don't even know how to do this. They like this. I got this filter here. Like, imagine like this is the wheel and then this hubcap sticks way out the side. The only thing, like, go watch the movie Gladiator and look at when they're fighting against the people on the chariots, and the chariots have this, like, 6-foot blade sticking 6 feet out from the wheel, so that when they drive by somebody, they can cut your legs off with it as they drive by. Motherfuckers are driving down the road with hubcaps like that stick out 4 to 5 feet from the side of the fucking car. Like, I don't even know how you're supposed to parallel park that fucking dumbass shit. But that's something I gotta worry about. Am I gonna get fucking decapitated, or have my feet cut off, or have my bicycle ripped apart by somebody driving around in a fucking Cadillac gladiator chariot Cadillac with these fucking blades sticking out the side of the fucking wheels 6 feet from the fucking car? Like, that's one dumbass thing. And I'm like, I've never seen more retarded ass shit on cars than I've seen here. In terms of, like, those hubcaps are just the one, like, that has to be the most retarded thing I've seen, but there's a lot of it. Just like every dumb thing you've ever seen on a vehicle, it's all here in one. Like, I'm sure there's a vehicle somewhere in Houston that has every single dumb ass thing that's ever been done to a vehicle all on one single vehicle. Like, okay, like turning a Jeep Wrangler into a lowrider. Like, you buy a Jeep Wrangler, if you're gonna modify it, you lift it up, you put big ass tires on it, you make it a fucking mud beast that can go anywhere, that can go through, you put a fucking snorkel on it so you can drive across a fucking river or some shit. But no, you got some fucking dumbass retard here that takes a Jeep Wrangler, puts it 6 inches off the ground, and puts tiny little wagon wheels on it. Like, you need to, like, lose your driver's license for that. You need to, like, there should be serious thank God I can never run for office, because if I ever got into a position of power, I kid you not, you thought Hitler was bad, I would be rounding motherfuckers up so fast. You, like Donald Trump, Hitler, fucking Kim Jong-il, whatever, nothing. You have not seen anything the likes of that I would unleash. I would make the Antichrist say, wow, that guy's fucking nuts. Look at what he's doing. I would literally oh my God, half of the population would be in such danger if I was in charge of this country. Oh my God, I wouldn't even need concentration camps, because why the fuck would I want to pay to house these people? Like, seriously, man, like, I see you driving around in a fucking Jeep Wrangler that's 3 inches off. Get him out of the vehicle. You're done. Take him to the fucking, take him to the place where we take those people. Get them out of here. Like, you're done. You just lost. So let's see. Fucking people with the masks on everywhere. It's like, I got a hold. There you go. If I see somebody wearing if I was the benevolent dictator of America, I see someone wearing a fucking COVID mask in 2025. It's over, bitch. It's over. Get on the fucking bus. Get on the bus. You're going. Don't worry about it. You'll get there when you get there. Don't worry, you don't got much time left. You don't even have to take your mask off. Don't worry about it. Oh my God, these fucking people. I've seen people jogging in the fucking on the trails in the woods, wearing a fucking mask on their face. It's like, yeah, we know who you voted for. We know you voted for Kamala Harris. You don't gotta keep... I mean, it's like you can take the leave the bumper sticker on your car for the next 6 years. We don't fucking take your fucking mask off, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, these fucking people. My mind. I just can't. I can't do it. Oh my god, I don't know. I'm like, I understand why some people decide to just pack it up and go live out in the fucking woods and just completely disappear from society and never have contact with human beings again. Like, I totally understand it now. But anyway, I'm trying to think. Is there something I can talk about that is like useful instead of just bitching about how much the roads suck here? Look at me. I can't. Not today, anyway. I did get another job lead to respond to a place that, well, technically I applied to it because it's walking distance from here, and it would be a 4-minute walk to the place. I don't know that I got a message saying send a resume to this specific person. We have job openings, but I don't know if they have job openings at that specific spot or if it's like we have job openings, but it might be 20 miles away from where you live. Like, I want to find, if I'm going to find some crummy ass low paying job, I want to find a crummy ass low paying job that's right here. There's literally 200 or more businesses within less than a mile's walk from where I'm sitting right now. Easily over 200 places. And I'm just applying to one at a time. So I'm building up, closing in on 20. And the only reason I'm not at a high number is because I just went, okay, put it this way. I just had a job interview for a job that'll pay $147,000 a year if I get the job. Now, granted, I'm going to have to go on at least 2 more interviews, so that'll be 3 interviews, and it could possibly be as many as 4 more interviews, which would make a total of 5. But the amount of work I had to do to apply for the job was about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I saw a listing. I'm like, oh, that's really close to me. I applied to it. Got a call the next day. Got an interview after that call. Interview was about half an hour long, maybe 45 minutes, something like that, with a real human being. No AI chatbot, none of this fucking dumbass shit. It was a good interview. Went smooth. I was told that, well, that was last week. I was told that the person I would have to interview next interview with next is on vacation or out of the office or something this week that we're in right now. So it'll be at least a week from today before I even hear anything about if there's going to be a next step. Whatever. The point is, this is a $147,000 a year job, and it took me 5 minutes to apply for it. I try to apply for a job at fucking Burger King, and it's like an hour and a half long retarded ass shit show for one fucking job application. So you sit down, you're like, I want to apply to a job. I have it in my head. I want to apply to a few jobs. And then I go to I go to Home Depot, and there's it takes an hour and a half to fill out the fucking job application. Then they send you an email. You have to take a personality test, and you got to go through this, answer 300 fucking questions. And it's if you can't figure out the fucking answer to these questions, then you're completely fucking retarded, because the questions are literally shit like, I'm just going to make it up, but it's literally stuff like, let's say that your kid has an event at school, but you have to stay late for work because we're behind on something and your manager really needs you. Do you drop what you're doing, leave your job, and go to your kid's play? Or do you stay at work and do you bust your balls to get the work done today? You know the answer to that question. The answer is, no, fuck my kids. I hate my fucking kids. They can go rot in hell. My job is what's important to me, and I'm going to stay at my job and bust my balls to make sure that we meet our deadline of getting all the shit taken off the truck and taken out of the boxes and put up on the shelves for people to come in and buy. That's the most important thing in my life. My kids mean nothing to me. Those are the kinds of questions that they ask you on these fucking personality tests. And so after I have the job and I'm working there and my kid has a fucking thing going on at school or whatever the hell, has a soccer game or something like that, and my boss says, you need to stay and make sure you take all the boxes off this truck, and I'm going to be like, well, I was supposed to get out at 5, and my kid has something going on at 6, so you can go choke on a dick. I'm going to my kid's soccer game. Go ahead and fire me. At that point, whatever. But when you're taking the dumbass personality test to get the job before you're hired, you know what the answer is to every one of these fucking questions. You know that and believe me, I've fucked around with these things. I worked in the headquarters of a major grocery store in Pittsburgh. Fuck it, I'll just say who it was. Giant Eagle, the biggest grocery store chain in Pittsburgh. I worked in their headquarters. My so-called office was like literally right across the hall from the CEO's office. There's a whole story that goes with that I'll save for another day. The point of this story is they started doing these personality tests for job applicants. I didn't have to do that. I worked in their digital marketing department as a front-end web developer / digital marketing specialist / graphic designer / whatever. There was a bunch of us. And I made pretty good money. And I got that job. The way you get all the jobs when you're a professional, somebody saw my resume. I went on an interview. I got hired. Boom, bada boom, bada boom. Done, done, done. Like that, that's how the process. That's how shit used to work. Well, anyway, I don't know how I found this out or why I had to see this thing, but they started doing these personality tests. I think I had to do something with it on their website. I don't remember. I just was like, whoa. And so it had it was like 200 questions. I mean, this thing's going to take you a fucking hour to do. And so if you're applying for a job at Giant Eagle, they're going to make you take one of those dumb personality tests. And so I made up a couple of fake email accounts to take the test. And the first time, and I could also see the results on the flip side, like on the back end of things. I could see what the hiring manager would see after the person takes the test. So I made up a couple of fake email accounts so that I could take the personality test and then see the results of the personality test as the hiring manager would see it. I did it 2 ways. The first time I took the test, I answered all the questions from the perspective of how would an obedient taskmaster who's nothing but a worthless slave answer these questions that your taskmaster is asking you. So, and they literally had questions like, your kid has a play at school but you need to work overtime to finish something for your job. What do you do? And the answer is, fuck my kids. I don't give a fuck about those little assholes. I'm going to stay at my job because that's what's important to me. And like, it's just tons of questions like that. I get along with my coworkers, yes or no. I lose my temper often at the job. The answer is fuck. You're going to say, oh, I lose my temper all the fucking time. And so, just retarded. It's so fucking, these things are so fucking stupid. So the first time I took the test, I basically answered it from the perspective of, what does my taskmaster want me to say? What do they want the answer to be? And I got a perfect score. Like, the hiring manager would see, I got an absolutely perfect score. Green. It creates this chart, and it's a grid. It's like a bunch of columns, vertical columns, and a bunch of horizontal columns, and it was all green. And so each block of the grid could either be green, yellow, or red. So the first time I took the test from that perspective, the whole thing was just green. It was like 100% perfect score. The second time I took the test, I answered every single question honestly, like how I actually feel. And I was completely and totally honest about every single question. I didn't lie about anything, like whether it was a factual-based question or whether it was a question of what you would do or whether it was a question of how you feel about something. And when I did it honestly, when I answered every question honestly and was completely honest, when I got the results back that the hiring manager would see, the whole fucking thing was red. The whole chart was completely red with like a few yellow dots. The whole thing was just covered in red with like just sprinkles of yellow mixed in. Not a single fucking green block anywhere on this chart, not one. And so the key to this whole thing, the company policy was anybody who takes this personality test as part of the job, and it doesn't matter what you're applying for. You could be applying for a job as a cashier, or you could be applying for a position as chief marketing officer making $400,000 a year. You're going to have to take this dumbass retard test. And so, like I said, cashier making $10 an hour or chief marketing officer making $450,000 a year, they will not let you work there unless you take this am I a retard test. And so, but like when I took it honestly, like the question that there was an actual question about your kid has an important event at school, but you have to stay late to finish tasks at work. What do you do? And I'm like, I'm going to see my kid at school. That's what I fucking said. And wrong. Red alert. Red alert. Done. So the way that this thing is graded is so fucking bad. If you're applying for a job, and this is the funniest part about this is they're basically shooting themselves in the foot because they're excluding candidates that are probably the best candidates for the job based on this am I a retard test rather than their actual qualifications and their skills and their ability to do the job. I would rather the color of my skin be a factor in getting a job or not getting a job than this dumbass personality test being the major factor. I would feel better about it if the reason I didn't get a job is because I'm a middle-aged white man and we're only hiring black people and women. Like, I would feel better about that than you failed the retard test. So, because you were honest and you answered questions honestly. because anybody with a half a fucking brain knows how to answer the "Am I a retard?" test. Like I said, I did it and got all green. Every single square was green, not a single speck of yellow or red. And then I answered every question honestly, and the whole thing was just red with peppers of yellow. So there was a key that went with the results. So the manager's going to get the results. There's going to be this grid, and the results. So basically, if the candidate scores fully green, they get called in for an interview. If a candidate has even just one yellow block out of the whole thing, and so you're looking at like 10 to, let's say 10 columns across and 10 columns down, that's 100 squares, 100 blocks with colors in them. When you're interviewing candidates for the job, you can only interview candidates that got a full green chart with not a single speck of yellow. You can't interview any other candidates unless you don't find what you're looking for. Every candidate that got a full green chart has to be interviewed before you can ever interview a candidate that even got one yellow block. Just one yellow block means that you don't get to the first round. So if 10 people know how to fill out the "Am I a retard?" test and get all green, the company has to interview all 10 of those candidates before a candidate that got one yellow block out of 100. 99 green blocks and one yellow block means that you don't get a job interview unless all 10 or 15 or 20 or whatever that got full green on the chart, they all have to be interviewed and passed on before somebody with a yellow block can even be called in for an interview. If you get one red block on the whole thing, now you're talking 100 blocks, there's probably more, but there's 100 of these blocks on this grid. If there's one block on the whole grid, you could have 99 green blocks and one red block. Red block means you can, not only does the candidate never get called in for an interview, it means that the candidate gets put on a list so that they never, ever, ever get called in for an interview in any way, shape, or form, and can never have a job at the company ever. One red block on the chart means that the candidate is excluded, they're put on a list, and that they can never be hired under any circumstances for any job within the company. And the funny thing is, I was fucking working there. And I was doing just fine. There was a lot of shakeups. The place was fucking miserable. It was it was one of the worst jobs I ever had in my professional career. And my boss quit, and like a week later, my boss's boss quit, and all these other people were just flying out the door, and there was just turmoil, and it was really bad. And I got kicked to the curb. But my boss and my boss's boss both told me, they're like, after we quit, you're all fucked. That's basically what she said. They're going to come in and start chopping heads. She's like, I just want to give you a warning. This whole thing's, they're basically going to gut this whole department. This whole team is going to be kicked to the curb after we leave. We're getting the fuck out of here. Just wanted to let you know. So you can, put your ducks in a row. And sure enough, they both quit. About 3 weeks later, I was kicked to the curb. But a new job popped up, like, within 2 weeks. In fact, I had 2 job offers within a span of about 2 weeks, and I took the better of the 2. But yeah, those personality tests. So now that I'm on this fucking, like I said, you go to Home Depot, you fill out a job application that takes an hour to fill out, and then you get this email with a link on it, and you click on it, and it's this fucking personality test that takes another. You end up putting like 3 hours in on one dumbass retarded job application for a $10 an hour job. But I had to put 3 hours in just to fill out the fucking application. But I can apply to a $150,000 a year job in 5 minutes and get an interview with a human being and serious talks and discussions around it. I'm not saying that I'm going to get the job, and there's going to be hoops to jump through and probably a background check, and that could just be that could be the death knell right there. Whatever. But what I'm saying is, it's not. It blows my fucking mind. So it's easier to apply for a job and to get an interview at SpaceX to be a fucking rocket scientist than it is to be a burger flipper at fucking Burger King. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck is going on? What is going on? This makes no fucking sense at all. It makes no fucking sense. These companies are so full of themselves, it's unreal. And they're not getting... Okay, go to Target. Tell me I'm wrong. Did they pick the best people to work at Target, or did they pick a bunch of lazy assholes who don't give a fuck and aren't doing a good job and don't give a shit about the customers and don't put the price tags on the fucking things that are up on the shelves and don't keep the shelves stocked, and when you ask them a question, they just like, oh, fuck. And, every now and then you see a good worker at one of these places, but by and large, are they really getting the best of the best? No. And why is that? Well, because they're making it so fucking ridiculous to get a job at these places that they're literally kicking the best candidates to the curb, or the best people for the job are getting, half an hour into a 3-hour job application and saying, you know what, fuck this shit, I'm not doing it. Like, this is what's going on. Like, the best people for the job aren't going to put up with that shit. They're just going to say, you know what, fuck it, I'll go get a job somewhere else. There's a lot of shitty jobs out there, especially when you don't have a criminal background and you got, like, options. And, I'm not saying every single job application I fill out is like this, but when I sit down, because there's 200 places around me that I could potentially work that are all within walking distance. I could list 200 places that are all within 1 mile to 2 miles from here. I'm in a very densely packed area. And I'll be like, I'm going to fill out 3 or 4 job applications, and an hour and a half later, I'm like, holy fuck, I just got one. I just got one done. I'm done. I'm done for the fucking day. Fuck this shit. I'm out. I'm not doing 5 more. I'll be sitting here until 3 a.m. Fuck this. And then sometimes I go and I fill one out. You never know what you're going to get until you start to do one. I'll go and I'll fill out another one, and it takes 10 minutes. So it's not like every single one of them are this bad. But, like I talked about applying for Lowe's, Home Depot was worse than Lowe's. Lowe's was pretty quick. But I was getting 1 to 2 text messages a day coming to my phone saying, you passed our screening process. We want to set up a one-on-one interview with you. We don't have any time slots available, but we will get back to you as soon as we do. And I would get this text message twice a day. Day after day after day after day after day. Finally, I just copied and pasted the text into Google, and all over Reddit and a bunch of other message boards, people were like, yes, people were just putting them on blast. Basically, it happens to everybody who applies to a job there, and nobody, like, people were saying that they were getting this text message every day for 4 months and never got an interview at the place. And every time they called to try and talk to a hiring manager or whatever, like, they were just given the runaround and told, you got to apply online. So I just typed in stop, capital letters, And I got a text message back saying, we'll leave you alone and we won't send you any more texts. And I'm like, good fucking riddance. I ain't got time for your dumbass shit either. And so, this is what we're all up against. It's not just me. I mean, this is what, this is like the experience that anybody that wants to work for these fucking dick bags has to go through, this humiliating ritual. And it's like, how are they even finding people to work at these places if that's what it takes to get in the door? And then you wonder why so many of these places are full of fucking idiots. And it's because they're not getting the best people that they can get their hands on. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say the reason why the bakery I work at is full of people that are good to work with, and they all do a good job, and they're all hard workers, and there's no drama, and it is what it is. It's like, a bunch of high school kids with a few old people like me. And, but it's because the process is streamlined, it's smooth, it's quick. You fill out a simple application that's like nothing, takes 5 minutes. You can come in and ask to speak to the manager if you want, or you can just wait until they call you, because they might. And from there, it's like a 5-minute interview. Okay, when can you start? That easy. So, like, if it was like a 2-hour long job application, I wouldn't be working there right now. It's so ridiculous. I can't. So that's what's going on right now. I got some coffee. I got a couple of cookies. I've got a chocolate caramel sea salt toffee cookie and a snickerdoodle. That's what I'm eating for dinner. Fuck it. You only live once. May as well do it right. And I got some coffee, and I'm still going to pass out after I drink this mug of coffee. So with that, I'm going to let you all go, because really I don't got anything to talk about but complaining. And maybe I'll talk about living in a tiny house and all that kind of stuff, and maybe I'll just take you on a more detailed tour of the tiny house and just give you some ideas on how I'm making it work once I get everything tidied up again, and just show you some things that there are some things that I did before I ever got arrested, because I was traveling so much, and because I always went camping, and because of different things that are ironically making it possible for me to live in this tiny house. And I think that could be an interesting thing to talk about. So I'll leave it at that. Peace out. All right, what's up? It's your boy Adam. It is Tiny Housin Volume 35. I think that's what it is. It's hard to keep track of, because by the time you watch this, I will have already recorded a couple of more episodes, volumes, whatever they are. Anyway, this is the first part of the video, and I got to get this out of the way. I fucking hate you Democrats just as much today as I ever have and ever will again. Once again, we got all these Democrats running around the country burning down every Tesla dealership and, trying to destroy every Tesla vehicle that they can get their hands on, acting violent and doing all this shit. And they're all getting away with it for the most part. I guess a couple of people got arrested. Couple of which are facing some serious time in prison. But, I got thrown in federal prison for 2 fucking years over mean tweets. While these fucking Democrats are running around doing a lot worse shit than I did. Whenever the fuck they want, they get to do whatever the fuck they want. I'm so fucking sick of you scumbags. I fucking hate you people. And I'm gonna... You're all running around boycotting. First of all, you were getting on... Fuck, dude, I don't even know where to start with this. I'm a little bit... Number one, for years after these Tesla cars started coming out, all you fucking Democrats said I was an asshole. I literally had some of you fucking dirtbags tell me I'm an asshole because I said I don't ever want to drive a Tesla. I remember the conversations that I had with some of you fucking dirtbags because I remember specifically saying somebody was talking about how they were driving their Tesla into work and the automatic, because the car drives itself kind of thing, tried to crash the guy into the wall. And I laughed and I said, I drive a stick shift. I'm not even going to let my car shift itself, let alone drive me somewhere. No, I'll never own one of those. I'll never drive one of those. And all you fucking dirtbags turned around and were like, what kind of asshole are you? Like I'm the fucking problem. Like I'm the reason why the fucking environment's collapsing. It has nothing to do with Al Gore flying around on his private jet, leaving his mansion for the day where he, the mansion where he has a $6,000 a month electric bill, flying on his fucking private jet to the climate change summit to have lunch and then fly on his private jet back to his mansion so he can sit around and enjoy his, whatever the fuck that $6,000 a month electric bill covers. Probably a heated swimming pool and some other shit, indoor heated swimming pool and a bunch of other rich asshole stuff. But, I'm the problem because I drove a stick shift and I don't want to drive a Tesla. And now all you fucking Democrat scumbags are running around burning down the fucking Tesla dealerships, destroying people's destroying people's private property, destroying public property all over the fucking place because boo fucking who, you didn't get your fucking way again. So it's okay when you assholes riot and break things and run around town burning shit down, starting riots. You pulled down a statue of George Washington in a public park because you didn't like him anymore. Fuck you assholes. I fucking hate you scumbags. But I want to call out something about this whole protesting Tesla shit. Protesting Elon Musk's car company. Do you realize every single fucking Jew that I've ever known in my life, do you know what they drive? Do you know what cars they tend to drive? The preferred vehicle of just about every Jew I've ever known in my life. They drive BMWs and Volkswagens. Jews, okay? You're all running around calling Elon Musk the next Hitler, and he's the Nazi salute guy, and we're gonna burn down his cars, and we're gonna shame anybody who still wants to drive one of those. Yet Jewish people all over America, all over Germany, all over the fucking world, in Israel, Jews all over the world are driving literal Hitler mobiles right now. They're driving BMWs and Volkswagens all over the fucking place. Jews, if anybody has the right, or if anybody has good cause to boycott a brand of car, do you think the Jews might have cause to boycott BMW and to boycott Mercedes and to boycott Volkswagen? And, why can't the Jews drive a Japanese car? Why can't the Jews drive an American car? No, they're driving BMWs, Mercedes, and fucking Volkswagens, by and large. They're not burning down the Volkswagen deal. They're literally driving Hitler mobiles. Those were Hitler's car companies during World War II. The Jews are driving around in fucking Hitler mobiles. Hitler's car company, Volkswagen. That was his fucking shit. But you fucking idiotic Democrats are running around burning down all the Tesla dealerships because Elon Musk is Hitler. Why don't you go burn down the Volkswagen dealership? Why don't you go burn down the BMW dealership? Why don't you go burn down the Mercedes dealership? Because those are literally the fucking Hitler mobiles. Hitler was the one who fucking made them. I fucking hate you people. I fucking hate you fucking scumbag Democrats. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. And no, I am never going to feel a day in my life, I am never going to go a day for the rest of my life where I feel like I got treated fairly by going to fucking federal prison for 2 fucking years over some bullshit tweets and shit talking on the internet, when you fucking Democrats get away with that shit every motherfucking day, and you run around starting riots, burning down our fucking cities, burning down people's private property, destroying things, throwing fucking temper tantrums, threatening lives of Donald Trump, threatening Elon Musk's life, day after day after day after day after day after day after day, and nothing fucking happens to you people. Fuck you. I fucking hate you people. Made it that far past my I hate the Democrats rant. I always like to say, I'm an equal opportunity hater. I pretty much hate everybody in politics and the government. A lot of people peg me as a Trump supporter, a Republican, etc., etc. But, every now and then you get a dose of how much I can't stand the Republicans. And right now, it's your turn to go on blast. Like I said, if I was benevolent dictator of America, you people would be in some serious shit. You would be in some serious trouble. Nobody would be safe from my regime. I'm telling you, nobody. So, you count your lucky stars I can never run for office and become benevolent dictator of America. Because I wouldn't even lie about it. I wouldn't even try to hide what I'm doing. I'd just do it. There would be a civil war. There'd be a steamroller going over this country, and a lot of people would be in some deep trouble. My regime probably wouldn't last very long, but a lot of people would go down. So there's this argument going on. So, yeah, I just got done putting the Democrats on blast. I don't have to rehash everything that I talked about that you're doing. But here's what the Republicans do. Here's an example. I was reading an article about something to do with food stamps, and there's some Republicans now that the Republicans are in charge of Congress, they want to pull in the reins on the food stamps and the abuse of food stamps, and how come people can use food stamps to buy junk food and all this and that. Why are my tax dollars being paid so poor people can eat? And this kind of, okay, I'm not going to lie. I would fall into the same thing. I would have the same thoughts. Why can people use food stamps to not only buy junk food, but now in states like New York, you can use food stamps to go out to dinner and go out to restaurants and eat McDonald's and get pizza and stuff like that. Traditionally, you're not allowed to use food stamps for anything that's prepared foods or hot foods, but they've changed the law in New York and other places to where you can literally go into a restaurant and eat a meal on food stamps. And that's pissing off a lot of Republicans. When I was a kid, and I was a kid, and I was trying to figure out the difference between what's a Republican and what's a Democrat. Basically, it was explained to me that Republicans feel like you should take care of yourself, you should be able to keep all the money that you make, And if you're poor and you need help, you can go fuck yourself and get a job. And Democrats are, by and large, are the party that wants to help people. They want to help people in need, and they want to treat everybody fairly and make sure everybody's treated fairly. And that's how it was explained to me. And I grew up in a family of Republicans. This is how it was explained to me by the Republicans who explained it to me when I was a kid in the 1980s. Okay? Ronald Reagan was president. And all my life I've generally seen that to be true. So, of course, when you hear that, oh, we're going to let poor people eat McDonald's on food stamps. What the hell? Why is my tax money being wasted so some homeless bum can eat a Big Mac? Okay. You do realize that I wish I had some notes because I have so many thoughts swirling around in my head about this, but you talk about universal basic income and the Republicans are like, fuck the people, oh fuck, just let me keep my money, fuck those poor people, blah blah blah. Why are we letting people get free money without having to work? And do you understand that if now the Democrats, if they would shut the fuck up and stop burning down Tesla dealerships and, doing all the crap that they're doing, and let Elon Musk and the gang go weed out all this government waste, I think we can all agree that we don't need to pay $10 billion to study the mating habits of transgender squirrels in Siberia. Things like that we can cut out, okay? If we could get rid of all that wasteful government spending, we could actually eliminate taxes. So now you Republicans can keep all the money that you make and you don't got to pay for the poor people to survive and you don't got to spend any money to help people. You could keep all that shit in the bank and spend it on yourselves, number one. Number two, we would have money coming in from all kinds of other sources that could be spent on the things that the government needs to pay for. And every single one of us, including you, could be getting money from the government every year. You know how I know this? One word. Alaska. Look it up. Alaska doesn't have an income tax or sales tax. I don't know about property tax in Alaska. And everybody who's a resident of Alaska gets money from the government every year from the oil that comes out of the ground. The oil companies have to pay the population of Alaska in order to take the oil from them. So they get free money every year just for being a resident of Alaska, and they don't have to pay the taxes, any taxes. I don't know about property tax. Things may have changed since I first heard about this. Democrats might have got their hands on the strings of government and, introduced a bunch of new taxes and gotten rid of a lot of the oil drilling and all that, so the dividends might be lower now, if they even get them anymore. But this is how it was run for a while. Our whole country could operate the same way. No income tax, no sales tax, no property tax. These things like tariffs and the mining of our natural resources and all kinds of other ways the government could be self-funded without us having to work from January until June to fund it. And the government could be, instead of you paying an income tax every year, the government would just be sending you money every year as profit sharing. That's how it could run. But I'm gonna focus on the food stamp thing. So I got two things here with the food stamps. Number one, before I dig deep into the food stamp thing, I'm gonna say that out of all the people, ever since I got out of federal prison, remember, I was fired from a job, a remote job, because I wouldn't take Dr. Fauci's vaccine. I stood up for all of our rights to not be part of a fucking medical experiment that the Democrats wanted to run on us. Number one. Number two, I spoke out against the government, specifically against the things that were being done to Republicans. I went to federal prison for speaking out against the government, especially things that were being done to Republicans. Then I was released from prison, thrown out into the street to be homeless by a Republican, and every person out of all the people that I've dealt with since this whole thing started, the people who have treated me the absolute worst out of all people, by and large, I've been treated like garbage by the Republicans. The Republicans treat me a lot worse than the Democrats. And I mean, I can name names and make lists. And the Republicans, you're all a bunch of self-centered dickheads who only care about yourself. And when another Republican goes down or is in trouble or falls, instead of holding out a hand to help pick up your fellow Republican, you walk away and say, fuck you, get on your own 2 feet, you fucking scumbag. Go get a job, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you, you shouldn't have said the things you said, you fucking scumbag. I guess you should have taken the shot, you fucking scumbag. This is how Republicans treat me. Even though I was basically on their side and standing up for them, they're the ones that want to throw me in the dirt. They're the ones that want to leave the nastiest comments on YouTube. They're the ones that want to tell me to shut the fuck up and go get a job, you worthless piece of shit. Republicans. I'm just going to say it. Out of all the people that I've dealt with, since this whole thing began, Republicans have been the worst. Now, that does not mean every Republican has treated me like garbage. That's not true at all. There have been a lot of people on the right and Republicans who have come to my side, taken my side, offered support, offered, whatever. But I'm saying that out of all the people that have treated me badly, the worst treatment I've received, the worst comments, the worst everything have all come from Republicans. The worst deeds, the worst statements, the worst treatment out of all the people that have treated me badly are the Republicans doing it. Donald Trump recently said something to the effect of, and this falls, like there's a revelation here because it all falls in line with what I'm saying. Donald Trump just recently said, how is it that we know exactly how the Supreme Court is going to vote on any issue when it comes to the Democrats on the Supreme Court? We all know how they're going to vote, no matter what issue it is that you put in front of them, but we never have any idea how the Republicans are going to come down on any issue. They're either going to stab us in the back or they're going to stand up for freedom, but we don't know until the vote's been cast. You put any issue in front of the Supreme Court, you already know how every Democrat on the Supreme Court is going to vote. Boom, 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 boom. You know it. You know it already. You have absolutely no idea how the Republicans are going to vote on any issue. They're not going to be unified. They're going to stab us in the back, more likely than not. And it's the same in Congress. You know exactly how all the Democrats are going to vote, more likely than not. The Republicans are all over the place. You don't know how they're going to do it because it's that whole me first mentality. I'm just going to do what's best for me. Fuck everybody else. So now we got food stamps. There's so much government waste going on that feeding poor people is far from the top of wasteful government spending. Even if they're allowing poor people to spend food stamps at McDonald's. But now there's all these Republicans screaming and yelling about how we got to make it so food stamps can only be used to buy healthy food. Fuck those poor people. Why are we letting them buy candy bars? And I'm going to tell you the reason for it. Because I would have wondered the same thing. Earlier in my life, I would have been like, yeah, fuck those poor people. I would have been there. But then I was one of those poor people, and I was on food stamps. So there's a thing, there's a thing called a food desert, which you can live in the most populated city, you can live in a populated area, and there's absolutely nowhere to go buy food. I was homeless in Jamestown, New York, and the only places that I could go and spend my food stamps were 7-Eleven and CVS. Where the fuck am I going to find some healthy food at 7-Eleven or CVS? What am I, and in 7-Eleven, and when I started getting the food stamps, you could not buy hot food, prepared foods at all. So it had to be if it's a prepared food, it has to be cold. So what do you see when you walk into 7-Eleven or CVS on the shelves? You see junk food, potato chips, ice cream, candy bars, shit like that. That's what's available. That's what you can spend your food stamps on. I wanted a fucking salad. I wanted some lettuce. I wanted some fruit. I wanted some healthy stuff. It's not fucking there. Now, there's a grocery store about 2 miles of a walk. I could walk to this grocery store called Farm Fresh Foods. I could get a delicious sub for lunch. I did it all the time. But once again, okay, now I can get some healthy food. I can get some, I got something in my eye here. I just woke up. I can get some healthy food. I can get lettuce. I could make a salad. I could get some fruit. I could this and that and the other thing. But guess what? I'm fucking homeless. Where am I going to keep all this healthy food that I'm buying on food stamps? How am I going to store all my healthy food in my homeless camp if I'm living in a fucking homeless camp? How am I going to store all the perishable, rapidly perishable foods? Like, how am I going to buy a steak and then I'm going to have to cook it right then? Where am I going to cook my fucking steak? How am I going to keep my eggs from going bad? How am I going to keep my milk from going rotten in less than 10 hours? If they made it so food stamps can only be used for perishable foods and things like that, how's a homeless person supposed to eat? You're going to literally only be able to eat what you can buy and prepare in the parking lot of a grocery store. I lived in a homeless shelter. I was not allowed to bring any outside food into the homeless shelter. So how am I going to use my food stamps to stock up on healthy food when I'm not allowed to bring any food into the homeless shelter with me at the end of the day? I was using food stamps to buy lunch, basically. If I'm not allowed to buy prepared food, like a sub or a sandwich or something like that, and I've got to buy food and I've got to figure out how to stockpile it and, so that I can cook my own meals, which means now I'll have to go and buy equipment to lug around with me while I'm homeless so I can cook meals. Like, I got to get a grill now. I've got to get other things now. Find a place in the woods to hide all of it. It's not like it's impossible. The only other grocery stores were a 5-mile walk each way. So what if I had to walk 5 miles to a grocery store because I'm on food stamps, I'm poor, I can't afford a car right now. Walk 5 miles to the grocery store so I can get some milk and some bread and some cheese. And then what? Put it in my backpack, walk 5 miles back to town, and have warm milk that's all rotten and has gone bad, moldy bread that got moldy in the time it took to walk 5 miles in 90-degree heat. And, my cheese is all melted and funky. Like, what the fuck are these people supposed to do? So, yeah, this is why the food stamp program has basically lightened up to the point where you can just buy food with food stamps. And they've changed the law even more. Like I said, during the time I was on food stamps, all of a sudden they changed it so you could buy prepared foods. It wasn't like you could go into any restaurant in town, but that's what they're trying to do with it. There was another convenience store in downtown Jamestown. There was 7-Eleven, this Indian grocery store, and CVS. But the Indian grocery store, I never went in there. I'm like, 7-Eleven was better. The Indian grocery store had nothing. Literally, it was a dump. But they made pizza. All of a sudden, there was a big sign on the front door, you can use EBT card to buy pizza. So now, it's right across the street from the library. There were days that I was hungry, and I'm like, you know what? A pizza sounds really fucking good right now. So I would go down to the Indian grocer, get a pizza. They had rules. You couldn't get a slice of pizza on EBT. You had to get a whole pizza. Now, these whole pizzas were about the size of a frozen pizza in terms of, like, one person could eat the whole pizza, but it's going to be a lot of food. You could split it in half with somebody. There's things you could do, but I could eat. I would only do this if I was super hungry, I hadn't eaten all day, and I was going to stay at the library all day and not go to the homeless shelter for dinner and actually use. Basically, it meant that I could stay at the library an extra couple of hours, but I'm going to have to miss dinner at the homeless shelter. And so I haven't eaten all day. I can devour a pizza, especially it's larger than a personal pan pizza would be at Pizza Hut, but I don't know if they even make those anymore. But back in the day, they would make like a personal size pizza. It's a little bit bigger than that, but it's not so big that you can't eat it on your own. So I would go and get a fucking pizza on food stamps. I can tell you exactly how much I spent on pizza with my food stamps because it's all tracked in my accounting system. So the options are limited. If you're on food stamps, your options of what you can, number one, your options of where you can go are limited by where you are. If you don't have a car, which a lot of homeless people don't have a car, imagine that, you're stuck going wherever you can walk. And in a lot of these neighborhoods, Jamestown is a fairly populated, it's called a city. It's big enough to be called a city. And there's nowhere to fucking go get food. It's called a food desert for a reason. There are areas of New York City where you can't go buy fucking food. There could be 500,000 people living around you and there's nowhere to get food. There's no grocery stores. And so that's why they're changing the food stamp laws to make it so that you have more options of what to buy to eat. Like fucking McDonald's. Like, did I want to go to McDonald's and swipe my food stamp card to get a fucking Big Mac? I probably would have if I could have, to be honest. But the reason why they're doing it the way they are is for people like in my situation. Like I said, number one, there's almost nowhere to go. I've got nowhere to store the food. I can't bring anything to the homeless shelter with me. So basically whatever I buy, I have to eat right now. So prepared food is your option. That's why I would go and buy a sub, a ham and cheese sub or a turkey sub, or, I even got roast beef from time to time from this one grocery store because they were delicious. And sometimes I would go to 7-Eleven across the street from the library, get a couple of candy bars and a fucking Starbucks chocolate coffee drink. And, sorry, Republicans, y'all had to pay for me to eat junk food. Boo fucking who, assholes. I'm glad I got to steal your fucking money and go to 7-Eleven and eat a bunch of fucking candy bars on your dime. Fuck, man. But this is why. Because you don't have access to food. Not everybody has a fucking giant pickup truck that they can, leave their fucking farm and go down to the grocery store and get food and then come home to a farm where they've got a farm full of food. You fucking Republicans. You know, not everybody can afford. Not I can't even own a gun anymore, so I can't go hunt deer and skin a deer and put all the deer meat in the cooler for the winter. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do? So it's just, you're worried about the wrong shit. This is a term I've been hearing more and more lately. You motherfuckers are worried about the wrong shit. Go after the actual government waste and leave the fucking people who are collecting food stamps alone. Do I think illegal immigrants should be able to come here illegally and get put up in five-star hotels and given food stamps and free health care and everything else under the sun? No, I don't. I'll tell you what, I think the whole amount of money, the entire amount of money I collected in food stamps over the time I was homeless amounts to something like maybe $2,000, maybe $2,000 total over several months. These illegal immigrants are coming into America and they're getting handed a food stamp card with a balance of $30,000 in food stamps. Just lump sum dropped onto a card so they can just go eat and buy whatever they want at the grocery store. I still had to be careful what I spent because food is so expensive now that the food stamps I was getting would run out. But unfortunately, the options were limited. So let's see, what's another thing I would do? Sometimes I would, just because I was so fucking depressed, comfort food was a thing. And so I would go over to CVS. Ice cream. I hadn't had ice cream in so long. I was in federal prison for 2 fucking years. You think I had any ice cream in 2 years? No. All of a sudden I'm in CVS and I see a whole thing of Ben and Jerry's. Buy one, get one free. And so I'd buy one and go up to the counter and the cashier would be like, why don't you want the other one? It's buy one, get one free. And I didn't want to tell her I'm homeless. I got where am I going to put this other tub of ice cream? It's just going to, I'm not going to eat 2 tubs of ice cream. I'm barely going to be able to eat one. So, no, I don't need 2. I don't need the other one. Like, I don't have any place to put it. Like, they would all look at me like I was a freak because I wouldn't get the 2. I would just get one, put it on a food stamp, go walk over to the park. I had a metal spork that was part of my camping gear. And so I could use my metal spork to eat a tub of Ben and Jerry's while I sat by the river hating life. And I'm like, well, at least I got some ice cream today. And you fucking Republicans, you scumbag Republicans that hate me because I ate ice cream on your dime. Yeah, I did that. I ate some Ben and Jerry's and you paid for it. Ha ha, fucking dirtbags. So, yeah, that's what it is. And so, yeah, now, but like I said, I woke up this morning, yesterday and today, I've just seen this whole flurry of fuck these poor people, take them off the food stamps, get rid of it, don't let them buy anything that's not healthy. Why are we subsidizing poor people eating Snickers bars and et cetera? There's a fucking reason for it that you don't get because you don't give a fuck about poor people, so you're too selfish and twisted to even listen to the reason why they're letting poor people buy candy bars and McDonald's on food stamps. The answer, if you care so much about it, why don't you go feed some fucking poor people? You know, fuck you. That's all I'm going to say is fuck you. And so there you go. You got a healthy balance of Adam hates the Democrats, but look, holy shit, Adam hates the Republicans too. How about that? What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Adam back at you again, middle of the video. You can see I've taken care of some things. Have a 20-mile, let's just call it a 20-mile bike ride to a job interview. Probably not going to get the job. The trolls have already let me know in the comments that I'm not going to get the job. So, thank you for that. I appreciate your words of wisdom as usual. But no, I mean, there are reasons why I don't need the trolls to tell me that I'm a worthless piece of shit and have no chance of getting a job. I can evaluate this from a logical perspective and say that there are 100 different reasons why I might not get this job. And it's a nice day. It's beautiful. It's sunny. It's warm. It's probably high 80s right now. I don't know. I went outside, grabbed the bicycle off the porch, brought it into the tiny house because I prep the bike before I go. And just it's sitting right in front of me, right over here, ready to go, ready to launch. So that's what I do. I just bring it in here, get it ready to go. I don't clean it. I don't oil the chain inside the place. Like, I don't do anything that's going to leave a mess. But I just, I make sure the water bottles are full, put the speakers on, put the trip computer is reset to 0 so that it's if the phone dies, I can still tell how many miles I rode, my average speed, all that kind of stuff. Plus, I can have the Google map up on my phone, but I can still see what speed I'm going. I can still see certain pieces of data on a cycling computer. So, but it's been a day. It's been a bad, I wish the timing, I don't like the timing of this. Like I said, I had a job interview last week for a 6-figure job. And of course, this would have been the first interview in a series of, it probably would have been no less than 3 interviews, possibly 5 or more interviews before I'd even get a job offer from them, and then start jumping through the hoops after the job offer comes through. So you don't put that money you don't count that money until it's in the bank. Well, I got a form email today from the person I interviewed with. It wasn't like a personalized email at all. It was just the standard rejection email that you would get if you blindly sent a resume to somebody. Sorry to inform you, we will not be moving forward in the process, blah, blah, blah. And I can't help, and it stung. And I can't help but wonder, I'm always going to wonder, and I'm never going to know, did they type my name into Google and see, oh, look, he's a convicted felon. Look at all these news articles about him. No, just send him the form email, just send him the rejection and put him on the never call again list. Or then I look at it, do people really do that? I think sometimes they do, but I don't know. You got busy people out there. And here's the thing. I've been working at this bakery since September, and I guarantee I have not one time has anybody given me a weird look, a weird conversation. Nobody has said anything, hey, I looked you up on the internet and you won't, and what I found is pretty disturbing. No, nothing like that. Everybody gets along with me. We all have a good time working there. Like, nobody has ever said anything about it. Whether maybe they've looked me up online and just decided to not say anything or whatever. But to be honest, I don't think they have, because I can tell you this. I think there are people that I work with, if one of them had looked me up on Google and found out all the stuff that you can find, they would have told everybody else, or at least in their circle of friends, and somebody would have said something to me about it at some point. So, and these are people that have nothing better to do than to do stuff like that. Let's look him up on Google and see what we find. So I don't know. People are too absorbed in their own lives and their own stuff to do that. I know that I have, on occasion, looked up a coworker or just typed a coworker's name into Google to see what comes up. I know that if I get a resume from somebody when I'm in a position of hiring, I do type in people's names into Google to see what comes up. In fact, I was gonna here's a perfect example that goes right along with this. There was a time that I was looking for someone to come and mow my lawn, and I found an ad on Craigslist and I responded to it, and we went back and forth via email. I hadn't even given the guy my address yet. When I saw his name, I looked him up on Google and I saw that he was in prison for robbing and assaulting an elderly woman, and a string of robberies where he was basically beating the shit out of elderly women and robbing them, and he went to prison for it. And now he's putting up ads on Craigslist to mow people's lawns, and I didn't send him another email or a message or a text or anything. I just said nope and went and found somebody else. I never, I may have gotten an email or two from the guy asking me if he wanted me to, come take a look at the lawn, but I just never responded to it. So, yeah, I can tell you from my own experience that this will happen. I've been on the other side of that. Would you want to have a guy who beat the living shit out of elderly women and robbed them to come over to your house and know where you live? No. So I get, I can understand it from both sides of the fence. If we're going to compare is the guy who said mean things on Twitter at the same level as the guy who robbed elderly women and beat the living shit out of them? I don't think so. But some people would beg to differ on that topic. I'm just going to leave it at that. But it stung. It stung getting this message, but at the same time, I really didn't have high hopes. The place was 4 miles away from where I'm sitting right now. It's 4 miles down the road. And the money would have been perfect. I could have rode my bicycle there for the first 2 weeks to a month, got a paycheck. I could have gone out and paid cash. The first paycheck would have been enough money to just go out and buy like a used 96 to 2000 Jeep Cherokee XJ from a private seller, and then figure out how to get the license plates and all the stuff that you got to do here in Texas to get it on the road. I don't really know what's involved with that here in Texas. I know how to do it in Pennsylvania. It's pretty easy, but Texas doesn't seem to be for the people when it comes to that kind of stuff. I just don't feel like, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I won't know until I know. So there was that, but on the flip side, this is a major company and they have like a private, there's a private drive going back to where all their buildings are. It's tucked away in the woods, and because I looked at it on Google Earth, and then as I'm riding my bicycle, I'm noticing it now. I know exactly where it is. I know where the driveway begins, but there's a guard. There's literally like barbed wire, razor wire fences, and like chain link fences, and there's a guard shack that I would have. So like if I'm taking an Uber for a job interview, that's going to be a little bit awkward getting past the gate, having to show an ID to the guard just to get into the parking lot. What if I'm walking with a backpack? What if I'm riding a bicycle? Do they have other people that work there that commute by bicycle? They might. They actually are on a bicycle trail. One of the Houston bicycle trails goes right past the place, as far as I think so. At least I think so. So that may or may not be an issue if you wanted to work. So, but that was something, as a preparedness person, I'm always trying to think of like what are the problems I could run into and how would I solve them. And some people say you worry too much, and other people would say, well, I have this backpack over here on the floor, and there was a video where I pulled everything out of it and I showed you what I carry. And the result of what I carry is, what problems could I encounter when I'm riding my bicycle to and from this job, and how would I be prepared to fix them? So I've had 2 flat tires in the last month and a half. 3 total since I've been in Houston cycling to work and back. 2 of those were just because the tires were old and they gave out. 2 of the 20-mile, I've had 2 flat tires during my 20-mile commute. One of them I ran over a nail. I showed you the nail sticking out of the tire. Okay, fine, that happens. I was back on the bike and riding it 15 minutes later, and that was after shooting a little video talking about it, taking a couple pictures. I didn't film myself changing the flat tire because I didn't want to be sitting on the side of the road for half an hour. I was prepared for it. I got home. It took 10 minutes out of my day. The other time, the tire was destroyed. My options were grab a piece of duct tape out of my backpack and patch the inside of the tire where it's starting to rip, and it will probably hold and it will probably get you home. But at the same time, when you get home, you're gonna have to throw the tire away. You don't want to rely on a duct taped tire. Now, I can tell you for a fact I've duct taped a tire before on a ride. I've gone hundreds and hundreds of miles on a duct taped tire. So it's possible, especially when I was a broke ass college student. I would have to do weird things like that and just live with it for a minute until I could afford to buy a tire. So you can make things work, but the other preparedness thing I had in my backpack was a folding tire. Kevlar bead, standard sized folding bicycle tire. So I just I took the tire off, put the folding tire on, put a new inner tube in, rode my bike home. No problem. I took the broken tire, the worn out tire, and I just folded it in half and strapped it to my backpack because I'm not going to litter and leave a tire laying on the ground. And then I threw it away when I got home. And then I ordered a new set of tires. I swapped tires around. I have a nice new set of tires on this bike. Haven't had a problem since I put them on. Put new rim tape on. Did everything preparedness wise that you would want to do to make sure that you were doing everything in your power to not have to deal with another flat tire. And so I go through the same thing when a job interview comes up. Now, the thing that kind of got on my nerves was the woman who I interviewed with said that the next person in the interview chain would not even be in the office this week, and so I wouldn't hear anything until next week. And I thought I'd at least get the next round interview. And it didn't happen. So, what are the possible reasons? I will never know the reason. I could call and ask. I might. I'm not going to do it today. I've got too many things to do right now. But tomorrow, I might actually call this woman and just say, hey, do you have any feedback as to why they didn't want to move forward? I'm just trying, and I'll just word it in such a way as I'm just trying to, is it my resume? Is there, I'm just trying to address the issues that may have an impact in my job search. And I want to see what they'll say. Will she come out right out and say, hey, we found that you have a criminal record and that's a no-go for this job? Or you have a gap in your employment history on your resume and that's going to be whatever it is. What can I do to get, I'm just going to ask. I think as an experiment for you guys, I'll do it for content for the channel. I'll reach out to this woman and just say, hey, thank you. I'll be very, thank you for the opportunity. It was nice to meet you. I hope that, if you have any positions that open up in the future, especially remote positions, I would be more than happy to discuss them with you. Can we keep contact, just build a network. But also, do you have any feedback as to why they didn't want to move forward? And see what she says. Just put the ball in that court and see. If I don't get an answer, then so be it. I'll just wonder. But I'm just curious now. I think that's something I should do. Do it in a professional way, but just do it and see what they say. Because I have my ideas. Number one, the first thing you're going to think is, in my situation, is, oh, they looked me up on Google. They saw that I'm the world's most wanted most horrible criminal that ever lived. Jeffrey Dahmer had, naked body parts and heads in his chest freezer, but this guy who said mean shit on Twitter, he's the one that we got to watch out for. That could be number one. Number two could just be the gaps in my resume. And the reason why I think that is because I'm finding out that people don't just necessarily meet you, hear your name, and automatically go trying to find you on YouTube or on Google or social media or whatever. They don't go out trying to find you. Just because you got introduced to somebody doesn't mean they're automatically looking you up on Google to see what dirt they can find out about you, because people are wrapped up and absorbed into their own life, and a busy person like this person I interviewed with might have 6 to 10 meetings from 9 in the morning till 5 p.m. Then she's got to go home and cook dinner for her husband or whatever, take care of the kids, pick up the kids from wherever they get, and then help the kids with their homework and blah blah blah. And by the time she goes to bed, it's like 10 o'clock at night. She got to get back up and go do it again tomorrow. Do you really have time to Google everybody who sent you a resume today? So I'm thinking about using some AI tools to evaluate my resume. There's some that you can pay for. I'm not going to pay for it. But there are tools out there that will evaluate your resume, because now when you send a resume to most companies, it's going to a robot for evaluation, and the robot's looking for certain phrases, keywords, and things like that. So I'm just going to start getting some feedback of, are there things in my resume, from a robot perspective, from the AI bot that's reading my resume and deciding whether to show it to a human or not, or just kicking me out automatically, is there a reason why my resume might get kicked out automatically? And can I increase the chances of getting an interview just by making a few tweaks to the text of my resume? Is there something else that I can do? In that respect, plus the visual design of when you're a graphic designer for a living, people expect to see good graphic design in everything that you present to them. So you can't just go to Microsoft Word, put some resume template together and just copy and paste, or just hack out a resume using some template in Microsoft Word. You got to put some design effort into it. There's always extra work that needs to be done when you're a designer. They want to see that you can design everything from a resume to a logo to everything that you send out has to be nice design, or they won't want to give you the time of day. A lot of people won't. And so, could I change my resume a little bit? There are some things that I'm kind of getting sick of design-wise with it. It's worked for a long time. And there was a long period of time where I was having really good results with this design on my resume. But right now maybe it's just not having the same effect. So is there something I can do to modernize the design to be hip to 2025? And I think the typography is on point. I get compliments on the typography constantly about how clean it is, how easy it is to read. The fonts look beautiful. The type looks great. The other stuff, I think, could use some work. Could use a different direction. It could be a cleanup of some kind. And I could also go to the next level. And I have a portfolio put together. It's in a certain tool that most designers are using nowadays. And so I think that it's a good portfolio, but maybe it's time to take that portfolio and turn it into a simple website. I already have a domain name, so I already have a web host, so there's no reason I can't just make a simple website. It doesn't even have to be a WordPress site. It doesn't have to be content managed. It could straight up be simple HTML pages linked together with a basic contact form of some kind. But that's time. It's time I don't have. It's literally time I don't have right now. Because there's people that are, I would be better off just finishing up some projects right now. But what I'm trying to do right now is find a stable platform, some sort of stability. I need a place of some, I can't be living by the seat of my pants day after day after day, especially when I have a roof over my head that I have to pay for every month. How do I get that stability? I don't know, but I don't have it right now. And that is why I'm falling apart mentally, because I just don't have any idea how I'm going to survive one month to the next. I'm surviving. God is helping me with that. But without some sort of any kind of stability, I'm not, it's not, none of you could live like that. You might be able to get by for a while, but you can't continuously live in a place with absolutely no stability at all and try to like have peace of mind, the peace of mind that you need to be able to go to the next level and be able to get things done. You just, it's a vicious circle. So I'm desperately just trying to find some form of stability right now. Being able to find a job that I can walk to. There's 200 businesses that I can walk to from where I'm sitting right here. I've started to apply to these things. I've talked about the pitfalls and the hurdles that go with applying to these things. It's not easy. In fact, it's harder to get it's harder to get a low-paying job than it is to get a high-paying job in some cases. I didn't put any effort into the job I just got the rejection notice from, other than sending out a resume and talking to somebody for 45 minutes in a phone interview. And if God doesn't want me to have that career back, nothing I do is going to make it happen. And if God wants me to focus on building a business and doing, I feel like that's the more rewarding thing to do. Go back to, helping small businesses reach their audiences, reach their customers, helping businesses that I like, helping them grow. I think that's a noble way to spend my life, my time. Helping businesses that I want to see succeed, and reach their audience, reach their customers, and do that. And the probation officer is not telling me no, but he's got to have some sort of proof that I'm working a certain number of hours every week. That's the key. It has to be proof on a freaking, what do you call it? Paycheck stub. That's his easiest way of crossing off his to-do list every week, is seeing Adam gave me his paycheck stubs, this how many hours he worked. Because the court order for probation says 30 hours per week minimum at a job that is legal to work at. Which basically means I can't go out and be a drug dealer for 30 hours a week. I gotta, Burger King or something, whatever it is. They don't care how much you make. They don't care about anything else other than the number of hours. 30 hours a week. And that's the probation officer. He hasn't been a jerk to me at all. At all. But whenever he does say something like that, he's like, I have to look at exactly what the wording of this thing says, the court order. And that's what I have to base everything off of. Are you following? Are you doing what you're supposed to do? So that's why when I got here, he looked at my court order and it said I have to pay a fine. And the fine is due immediately. Like literally the fine was due the day I got sentenced. The due date to pay the fine was the day I was sentenced. I was still in prison. How am I supposed to pay a $1,500 fine while I'm sitting in prison? I didn't have anything. I didn't have any money. And then when I was homeless for months on end and unable to find a job, they weren't threatening me. They weren't telling me, hey, if you don't pay this fine, we're going to throw you in prison. They were just saying, hey, have you found a job yet? Knowing that, once he finds a job, he can pay the fine. So when I moved here to Texas, the first thing out of his mouth was, you need to pay this fine. Like right now. He's like, you're already in violation of your court order. I was in violation of it the day I was released from prison because it said it was due on the day that I got sentenced. I think they know that it was impossible for me to pay it. But he said, if you have the means to pay it, you have to pay it. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can't hold on to the money for something. You got to pay that. Get it out of the way. And I didn't have a problem with that. I figured it was better to get this out of the way than have to be, scrambling to make payments on it later down the road. At least just get it paid and get it out of the way. So, but that's kind of how it goes right now. And I'm trying to find some sort of path that allows me to have some stability, that I know I can pay my rent every month. And I also can have the energy left over at the end of all of that to do what I need to do to get into a better place in life. And if certain doors are permanently closed for the rest of my life, like having the career that I used to have, then what am I supposed to do? What are the other options? I think I'm onto something with starting my own business, and I've made headway there, and I'm doing it, and I'm making some money at that, and I'm way behind, and I can't take on more projects. I can't take on another client. I've got other people asking me about it, and I've kind of, right now, I don't even have the ability to respond to emails because I've got about 10 minutes before I've got to get on my bicycle and go on a 40-mile bicycle ride to go to a job interview. So I got to ride 20 miles, find a place to change my clothes, maybe grab a bite to eat. Unfortunately, there's a Burger King right next to where I have to go. There's some other fast food joint right there in the same plaza. I'm going to go get my food. I'm gonna go into one of these fast food joints, order some food, change my clothes, try to get there early, an hour before the interview, so that anything that can go wrong I have time for, and go to the interview, which the interview might be 15 minutes for all I know. After the interview, I'm gonna have to go back to the fast food joint or whatever the hell it is, go change my clothes again. I don't know if it's going to be it might be in the ghetto, and I might have to order another thing of food so I can get a key for the bathroom because the bathrooms might be locked. It might be one of those deals. And so, I got to find a place to lock my bike that's going to make me feel comfortable. I might even have to lock my helmet to the bike and hope that, and maybe take the headlamp off of my helmet, because I might not feel safe enough leaving my helmet locked to my bike and leaving an expensive light attached to my helmet. Like, maybe I would come back out and see that my light is gone because somebody goes, oh, look at that, and takes it. I may have to leave my water bottles on the bike. I don't want to go into the job interview. I'm already going to have a backpack. I don't want to go to the job interview. They're already going to look at me weird because I'm carrying a backpack with me when I walk in the door. I don't want to get into a situation where they see a bicycle helmet and then they go, oh, you don't have reliable transportation. Fuck you, we're not hiring you. Because they will do that. Even though I can say, look, I've rode my bicycle to this bakery every single day that I work since I started working there, whether it's snowing, raining, freezing cold, hot, whatever it is. I've done it every single day. They're just going to say, well, you don't have a car. You don't have reliable transportation. How you're going to ride your bike every day? I do ride my bike every day, 21 miles each way. So I just don't want that. I don't want that question coming up. So, all you can do is the best you can do. And I'll do that. I'm going to get to explore some roads and some areas of Houston that I've never seen It's just, it won't be the boring same old ride back and forth. But within the next, what time is it? Yeah, 10 minutes from now I've got to leave. So I'm 10 minutes from now I've got to leave. It's going to be noon when I leave, and let's say I'm all wrapped up with the interview around 4. Like, I could expect to be gone from noon to 6 just to go on a 15-minute interview. Half-hour interview, whatever it ends up being, for a, low-paying job. This could turn into a good thing too. You don't know. I'm open-minded about it. I have my doubts. The only reason that I'm going to this interview right now is because I applied to a store for a job that's right across the highway from me. It's a 5-minute walk. And they came back and said, all of our positions at that store are full, but we're actively seeking to fill a bunch of positions at this other store, and it's 17 miles away in a straight line. In a straight drive. If I drove directly there, it's about 17 miles. It's going to be like 19 miles, maybe 20 miles for me to ride. I don't know the exact distance, but I have the route programmed into my phone, so I can mount my phone to my handlebar holder and just follow the line. So I don't know. I'm gonna enjoy part of today, but when I get home, part of the stability issue is if I keep putting out applications to places that are within walking distance of me here, there's a level of stability from that is pretty major, in my opinion, because now I don't have to rely on a bicycle anymore to go to work and back. I can work more hours and have more energy. If I have to work 3 days at the bakery, that's 9 hours of cycling just to get to and from. And that's some heavy, you're tired after that. No, you go on a 20-mile bike ride, you're going to be tired. Even someone who does it every day, there's a level of fatigue that sets in. Like, last night, I came back, I did a video segment, I sat in the chair I sat in the chair for, I don't know, whatever it was, half hour, 45 minutes, I don't know, probably longer. And when I got up from my chair, I was like, rigor mortis, I was done. I went right to bed, straight to bed. Fell asleep like that. When you spend the whole day, rush, work, ride, race, climb that hill, bomb that downhill, dodge those cars, bake them cookies, lift those bags of flour, rush, work, lift, all day long from 6:30 in the morning till 6:30 in the evening. You might feel like you have a bunch of energy, and then you sit in a chair for half hour, 45 minutes to an hour, and you go to stand up, and it's over. Game over. Your legs don't work anymore until you go to bed and you sleep and your body recovers. So, and it don't matter how many days in a row you do that. I used to play soccer, and we would have some intense 12-hour practices day after day for the whole month of August before school started. Crazy stuff. I'm not even going to get into the details because I got to go. But even after being conditioned like that, they did that to us to force us to get into shape and to be ready for the season. Just playing a game in the middle of the season, I would be exhausted when I came home. I'd pass right out. And this is when I'm 17 years old. And you're doing this day after day. You got practice every day. If you don't have a game, there's practice. There was never a day I would come home not exhausted from that, even with being conditioned. They would give us a rest day. Rest is part of the conditioning So, a day or two before the game, you might not have practice for 1 or 2 days, and that's so your body can recover from the abuse. And then you'll be ready to play in the game. But I got to get ready for today's game, and I already know I'm gonna be wiped out when I get home. I'll probably do a quick video update. I've already got a video in the hopper that exported last night, so but I gotta upload it to YouTube, put a thumbnail on it. So there's another video that you're gonna watch, possibly two, depending on how you're keeping up with the channel. And I'm already recording this video, but it's probably not gonna go up for a few days. And by the time you're watching this video, I'll probably have another update ready to go. So anyway, peace out. I'll talk to y'all later. Whew, what's going on? Today, having a cold shower actually was a bonus, so instead of a detriment. So it's about 90 degrees out today. The last segment that I recorded was prior to going on a 40-mile ride to go to a job interview. Beautiful day. I can't complain about the weather. The day, just beautiful, beautiful, sunshiny day. It was a little bit hot on the way home. And, I rode 20 miles. I got there super early, hung out, did what I had to do to wait for the interview. The interview came and went. I'll get into that in a minute. Then I had to go back to the burger joint, change my clothes again, and hop on my bike and ride home. And by then, it was over 90, especially when you're on the road. And, but I will take 90 degrees over 40 degrees literally every single time. I will never choose 40 degrees over 90 degrees. So it was a little hot. Went through some water. When I got home, I'm drinking a lot of water. I got a little bit dehydrated today, that's for sure. In fact, if I had drank more water along the first ride and prior to the end of the interview and all that, I would have had a faster ride home, but it was still good. Good times. I actually have to check on something here. Hold on. All right, I'm back. There's a live stream I want to check out tonight, and I wasn't sure if I was home on time. Looks like I've got an hour or more. I don't know. I'll get into the... So I got a few, oh man, hold on a second. All right, I'm back again. Just a lot of stuff going on. Definitely interesting bicycle ride today, that's for sure. Instead of going north to the woodlands and the other side of the woodlands, I basically went south into the outskirts of Houston. I don't know. I'll just take it in the chronological order. The route that I picked, instead of taking the Hardy Toll Road access road or the 45 access road, was a definite winner. That was a good route. One thing to keep in mind, if you use Google Maps to plan a route and plan a trip, especially for bicycling, give yourself enough time and be aware that at some point they're going to throw an idiotic set of turns in the mix where there's going to be no road. In fact, I could even deviate from this conversation for a minute and talk about that. Like I've mentioned in a couple other videos, I was a quarter mile from my job the first time I rode there from my new tiny house, and I had to take a 6-mile ride around a whole neighborhood because Google told me turn right here, and there was literally no road. There was a wall, a cul-de-sac neighborhood wall. There was no street. There was no road. But like I said, I was a quarter mile away from my job. I ended up having to ride 6 miles to get to the job because of Google's misjudgment, thinking that there was a street somewhere that there wasn't. Today, Google wanted me to turn into an abandoned amusement park, ride across the abandoned amusement park, and come out the other side. The only problem is there's a big chain link fence around the whole place with gates that are locked. So that didn't work. But that time, it wasn't a big deal. I was able to ride a little bit further on the road that I was on and just make a right. And it really did. I didn't even miss a beat. I didn't even have to slow down my pace. I just was able to navigate with the map because it's mounted to my handlebars on a really, really secure handlebar phone mount. That thing has paid for itself 10 times over in terms of stress and navigation on the bicycle. It was like $80, worth every penny. I felt guilty when I bought the thing because I shouldn't be spending this money, etc., etc. That's like one of the best things I've bought for that bicycle. Period. That thing is, oh my God, that thing is so awesome. That thing has saved me so many times. Especially living in a new city, I don't know my way around. But keep that in mind. Google will take you on a wild goose chase. In fact, I don't even want to deviate from the story too much. There's a whole nother story that I have about Google taking you on a random adventure. Do I have time for it? I'll try and do it in 5 minutes. I rode my bicycle to Rochester, New York, and back to Pittsburgh. A total of about 800 miles. The route that I took to get to New York was the fastest route I could take from Pittsburgh to Erie, Pennsylvania, mostly along Route 19, and then from Erie, Pennsylvania to Buffalo along the Erie Lakeshore, and then up through North Tonawanda to get onto the Erie Canal Bicycle Trail. And then took the Erie Canal Bicycle Trail to about 4 miles south of my mom's house, and then rode the rest of the way to my mom's house on the back roads that I grew up on. And I went there, my mom was passing away. And so, long story short, I was there when my mom passed away. And I had rode my bicycle there. And this was back in 2015. And going on that bicycle ride, for me, it was like my way of dealing with it. The way home, I stayed up there for I don't know, 3 or 4 days after my mom died. I don't remember all of it, or the exact time frames. And then I got on my bicycle and I went a totally different way to go back to Pittsburgh. Through the Allegheny State Park, Letchworth State Park, then Allegheny State Park, near Salamanca, New York, not too far from Jamestown, where I was staying, and south from Salamanca into Bradford, Pennsylvania, and then through the Allegheny National Forest. And then from there, mostly along the Allegheny River, riverbank trail network. And I was in the middle of the Allegheny National Forest, and I had created a route on Google Maps, and then I exported that to a wristwatch GPS unit. You can see it up on the wall there. It's up on that Molly webbing rack that you see hanging by the door. But all that thing does is show a line and a compass bearing and some basic information. So it's just a line. There's no map. There's really nothing other than a line on a screen, and all I have to do is follow the line. And it's actually really useful, and it came in really handy, and it helped me, especially on some of the more complicated routes that I took, I didn't have to pull out my phone very often because all I had to really do was follow the line on the GPS. And even if I deviated from the line, I would take a detour and go off on some direction, but I could still zoom out on my wristwatch and know when I'm going to intersect that line again and then continue on the path that I had planned. So I'm in the Allegheny National Forest, and I'm on this dirt road, forest road. There were downed trees that I had to climb over, so there was no vehicle back there. There was no going back there with a car or even a Jeep at the time. And I'm about 10, 15 miles back in the forest on this road, and the road veers off and starts going up this hill. And I just stay on the road and I start going up the hill, and I notice right away I'm not on the line that the GPS is telling me to go. And I go up to the top of this hill and it just stops. There's an oil well. The Allegheny National Forest is full of oil wells. And so I rode back down the hill, and I keep going back and forth where the GPS is telling me to go straight, but there's no road. There's nothing. It's woods. It's forest. And so now I'm like, crap, what do I do? And remember, my mom had just died. So one thing I did, there's a log somewhere. I sat down on a log and I was bawling my eyes out for about an hour. And here I'm like literally 15 miles back in the woods. I'm 15 miles from where, like, no car could even get to where I am. So I have an entire forest to myself. And I'm sitting on a log and I'm crying because of my mom. Watching my mom die. That was a pretty tough thing. And so I'm like, also like, what do I do? I could go 15 miles back the way I came, get on a road, go north another 5 miles or so, and then try to start going west again on a road, a paved road, and then that paved road is going to intersect with the road that that I'm on my way to getting onto. Ironically, Route 666. Yes, Route 666, the Pennsylvania National Forest Highway. They call it 666. The locals call it 666s, but Route 666. So I'm trying to find my way to Route 666, and I am on this forest road that just stopped. The GPS that I pulled from Google Maps bicycle directions was telling me to go straight. There's no road. There's literally no road there. So I'm like about a mile, maybe 2 miles from Route 666. Or I can go on a 25-mile detour, go back the way I came, and by the time I get to the part of Route 666 where I'm supposed to be going to, I will have added 25 miles to my ride that day. That's a significant amount of time, but I'm thinking, if I try to go on a 2-mile hike bushwhacking through the woods, I'm going to be on I could end up going on I could end up taking longer to hike there if things go wrong than riding my bike. So I decided I just kept going back and forth, and I noticed on the side of the road, there was like a little cut in the road. It was very subtle. You wouldn't notice it unless you were looking for something like I was. And then I started to look into the woods, and I said, all right, I'm just going to go straight through the woods. I'm just going to follow the line the GPS is telling me. And as I go into the woods, I can tell it had to have been 50 years ago. 50 years ago, there was a road going through here. I could tell. But the trees, there were mature trees growing right up in the middle of the path. But I could tell just from the lay of the land, the grade, just subtle clues, very subtle clues that maybe 50, 60 years ago, there used to be a road here. So I'm like, well, that's kind of a good sign. If there used to be a road here, then I'm probably going to be able to just huff it out of here. And So I walked for about half an hour through the woods, or half a mile through the woods, and up ahead I could see a clearing. And I'm like, that's a good sign. And as I got closer, I realized it was another oil well. They're all over the national forest up there. And there's all these little access roads that take you to them. And so I get to the oil well, and sure enough, there's a dirt road, another access road, right in line with the GPS and where the GPS is telling me to go. And so it really wasn't that long of a walk through the woods. I couldn't ride my bike. It was woods. It wasn't even, there was no trail to speak of. I was humping the bush, basically. But it wasn't like super rugged terrain either. It was a fairly peaceful walk. And so I get to the oil well, I get on the bike, and I start going straight. And as I'm coming towards the main road, Route 666, I can hear a lawnmower in the distance. And as I get closer, I'm riding on this dirt access road past a guy's property, and there's a guy on his lawnmower, and he's just looking at me like, what? Like, he's dumbfounded. He's dumbfounded because here I am. I'm on a bicycle that's loaded down for a long road trip. I've got heavy bags on the back, and I'm in my full bicycle gear, helmet, gloves, shorts, I'm looking like a serious cyclist. And like I said, I've got bags on the back. I look like I'm going on a cross-country bicycle ride. I look like I'm on a long-distance ride. And he just sees me come out of these woods. And he's like, what the fuck? And he's just watching me. And when I get to the main road, I turn around and I see all these private property signs everywhere on the access road going back that I just came out from. And so now this guy is like, this is probably the only time this guy has ever seen anything like that. Just some random dude coming out of the forest on a bicycle, all loaded up like he's riding across America. I waved to him. I'm like, hey, how you doing? And he's just looking at me like, he didn't look like he was angry. He was just looking at me like really confused, like, where the hell did you come from? And so, yeah, but nothing came of it. I'm sure once I realized I was on somebody's private property, and he's probably never seen this before or since. A dude riding a bike like that, coming out of the woods there. I just went on my merry way down Route 666. And as soon as I found one of the highway signs, of course I got out, took a selfie. And of course I had to make the devil horns, fuck yeah. Yeah. And then I had to post it because people were keeping track of my ride on Facebook. So I had to check in on Facebook saying, I'm fine. I'm doing just fine today. Right now I'm on the highway to hell and doing just fine. And so Google will take you on some cockamamie routes, especially if you're on a bicycle. So don't take anything it says plan on it. Today was no exception. I didn't lose any time. In fact, when I left, I ran out the door at noon, and about 5 minutes into the ride, I realized I didn't have to leave until 12:30. But I'm glad I did, because I got there so early that everything was just tranquil. One thing, I ran out the door and forgot I took a power brick with me so I could charge my phone while I waited for the interview, so that I would have a full charge on the ride home. Forgot a cord, forgot the charge cable. So on my way, I see a Dollar General out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, they'll have one. So that was about a $15 mistake. I had to get a double-ended USB-C cable to charge my phone. But I didn't lose much time, and now that so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that cable and I'm going to Velcro it to that charging block, so that if I ever have to take the charging block with me again on a bicycle ride, it will automatically have a USB-C cable attached to the block. Like they'll be one and the same. Preparedness. I'm not going to make that mistake again. I had a dozen cables. Easily, I had a dozen cables I could have gone with today to take with me on this ride. I got a nice braided cable. I mean, it is what it is. I had to get a cable. And I'm glad I did, because I would not have had enough of a charge on my phone for the ride home. But that power brick that I took with me, I didn't even use 1 bar of the power indicator strip. That thing is a beast. That thing can charge this phone like 6 times from a dead charge to a full charge before that thing would ever go dead. You can use it to jumpstart a car, for crying out loud. So that was a kind of a bummer, because I don't like having to spend any money on stuff like that. But so I get to the neighborhood where this job interview is, and I'm like, yo, as I'm getting closer and closer, the neighborhood's looking rougher and rougher. Like, it's getting to the point where every single house has a gate around its yard with a locking gate in the driveway and bars on the windows, and like it's looking rough. It's looking like a neighborhood you don't want to live in. So I get there, I stop at a Burger King, because there was a Burger King in the parking lot, and I needed to be able to change I needed a bathroom to do the Clark Kent, get out of my bike clothes, get into other clothes. I sat there, I had a little bit of food, I just sat there and messed around, charging my phone and reading the news and whatnot. Needless to say, part of the job interview was, how would you feel if you were held up at gunpoint and robbed? that was a question at the job interview today, and I was like, whoa. Like, that's a neighborhood. That's the neighborhood. That's the kind of neighborhood it would be. I feel it would be like a lateral move. I'm not, like I said, I don't put the money in the bank until it's in the bank on anything like this. There's no guarantees I get a call back for a second interview or a higher job offer. No guarantees at all. I mean, the interview went well. I don't see... They didn't even, I didn't hide the fact that I rode in on a bike, but I played it up. I left my helmet locked with the bike. I didn't walk in looking like I came in on a bicycle. I had a backpack with me, but I didn't, I had a backpack with me, but I did not, I didn't open it up, or I just set it to the side during the interview. But during the interview, they said they'd be fine with it. They're like, oh, that's cool if you want to ride your bike here. You can leave it in the back room here. You don't have to lock it up outside. So, they already had, they told me if I wanted to ride my bike to work, they'd be cool. They were totally cool with that. And I can just leave it in the back of the store. And it would be safe and protected. And which means I could... Instead of wearing a backpack, I could put a rack on the back and put all of my stuff that I carry to and from and my change of clothes and whatever on the bicycle. If I have to have lights on the bike for riding at night, I can just have the bike all prepared before I even leave the house, and I don't have to put things on and take things off and take the speakers. All the stuff that's on the bike can just stay on the bike. So that was good. The bike ride itself was very... Picking a different route and doing that homework paid off big time. Big difference between the ride to the affluent, snobby asshole suburbs versus going into the city. I got honked at twice today. Once by an asshole in a giant pickup truck. And the other time was, there is a part of the ride where I have to ride on the interstate access road for about a half mile. It's not even that big of a deal. But some asshole decided He hit the horn about probably 1,000 feet behind me and just like he just laid on the horn and kept honking the horn the whole time until he passed me, and he was still honking the horn after he passed me and like flipping me the bird and whatnot. And I was just like, go eat a dick, asshole. Like, see, what happens a lot of times is, well, with the pickup truck, the guy in the big pickup truck, he honked at me, but there was a lot of traffic lights on this road. And so he honked at me and got a little belligerent with me, but then he had to stop at a traffic light. So I caught back up to him and I rode by the driver's side. I'm like, hey, you forgot something. So then I passed him, got farther down the road. Then he comes up behind me, blaring on the horn again and shouting all kinds of shit at me. Well, then the dumb motherfucker has to wait at the next red light. And so as I get up to the driver's side window, I'm like, hey, you lost something back there. Here, I found it. So we just kept going like this for like a couple of miles before he finally got the love at a traffic light and I couldn't catch up to him again. Kind of funny. That's how it goes. But other than that, those two incidents were pretty minor, and the route is kind of boring, but overall less dangerous. But it's definitely more of a city route. It felt like riding in a city more than the suburbs. A lot more traffic lights that I would have to stop for. Sometimes I'll slow down, I'll look both ways. If there's no chance of any problems, I'm just going to go through the intersection. But there are a lot of intersections I would just have to stop and wait. And it did add, it was about an 18-mile ride each way, but it actually took longer to do the 18 miles than the 21 miles that I normally ride to the bakery and back because of all the traffic lights. But the traffic lights keep people, that makes the people in the cars behave better. So it was kind of a toss-up because the traffic, the cars, city buses were passing me, but the city buses it's kind of the same in Pittsburgh. Like, I'll pass a city bus and get way ahead of it, then the bus catches up to me, passes me, but then has to stop at a bus stop, then I pass the bus. But the drivers and I were waving to each other. We were having a good time with it. Like, they weren't being assholes to me. It was more like city bicycling. And the thing that I've always said, that the closer you are to being in the city, the less problems you're going to have with the people on the road. And that was true today. Definitely a lot more people on the road than what I normally see. But not like they're not going out of their way to be friendly, but everybody's kind of indifferent. They're just, oh, there's a bicyclist on the road. Okay, like they're not obnoxious towards you. They're not trying to be an asshole to you. It's just another thing on the road on their way to and from wherever they're going. That it's just, in the city, everybody's kind of indifferent and just going about their business. It's not like the people in the Woodlands who get really bent out of shape if you're on the King's Road and His Royal Highness is coming up behind you in his, Porsche or, his Lamborghini, and he wants you to get out of his way. So honestly, the bike ride was kind of a tie. Because the bike ride to the bakery just has more interest. It's more scenic. There's more shade. There's more. It's like 4 different bike rides in one, where this was just like one bike ride. There was one road that I came to. I only had to ride it for about half a mile, but it was 6 lanes in both directions. 6 lanes going east, 6 lanes going west. And there was a dedicated bicycle lane on the side, on the shoulder, where the shoulder is. And it had bicycle icons and shit painted on the road. So it's like, it was kind of nice to see. It was only a half mile, and I had to make a left turn, so at some point I had to cross all 6 lanes of traffic to get into the left turn lane. But traffic really wasn't that bad that time of day, and to be honest, these roads, when you're in the city, the traffic, the speed limits are slower and people drive slower. It is not hard to, if you know you got to get in the left turn lane coming up ahead, you can start to weave your way over, and people aren't going to get bent out. People don't get that crazy in the city about stuff like that. Other than getting honked at a couple times and exchanging some middle fingers back and forth with 2 different people, it was a pretty uneventful ride, and that's what I like. A few major potholes on some of these roads, like major ones that if you hit that with your road bike is going to be completely destroyed and you might end up in the hospital. So, but that's not a Texas thing. That's a United States thing. You just gotta, everywhere you go, the roads are terrible. But honestly, I don't think the roads are that bad in Houston compared to, Pennsylvania's roads are a lot worse than Texas. New York, one nice thing I can say about New York State is they take care of the roads. For the most part, New York has pretty good roads. And cycling-friendly roads. Most roads have pretty generous shoulders in New York State. They do accommodate bicyclists. It's one thing I've noticed my whole life, and I've spent serious time bicycling in these different states. So the bike ride, everything was pretty tame. As far as the job goes, it would be a cakewalk compared to being at the bakery all day. Pay-wise, pay would depend on the job I'm hired for. They have 3 different jobs that they're trying to fill. Like a manager, a kind of manager, and just a regular lackey. The lackey job would basically not... it would be because at the bakery I get tips on top of my pay. And the tips end up being about $3 an hour. You get the tips on your paycheck. People leave tips with credit cards, generally speaking. And so... would you take that into consideration? It would be a little bit of a pay cut. But there's a chance that I could get full-time hours. And there's a store, they have a location right here, right where I live. And they said that I would be working at the store where I live part of the time. Not all the time, but it's basically 2 stores. I guess they're owned by the same owner, or I don't know, they're affiliated with each other in a national chain. So there's a chance that I could work in the store right next to where I live, but it wouldn't be guaranteed, and at first it wouldn't be often. But there's always a chance. Give it some time. Maybe someone quits, someone gets fired, they need someone to move over there. Boom, I could jump over and switch stores. There was nothing about this that said do it. There was nothing about it that said don't do it. It was kind of like there's pros and cons. I don't think that having this job would put me in a better position than the other job, or vice versa. It's kind of the same in terms of having to go on a really long bicycle ride. The hours of operation at this store are like 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. depending on the day. So like Monday through Thursday, it would be noon to 8. If you're doing an 8-hour shift, you're going to open and close. Noon to 8, which means I'm going to be riding my bicycle home in the dark at night, but I don't got to be back until noon if I work multiple days in a row. Then there might be, then on the weekends, it would be like 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. And pretty much would have to work every weekend, both days, probably Friday, Saturday, and Sunday every weekend. Okay, fine, make it a weekend job. If I could do like Friday, Saturday, Sunday every week and then have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off somehow and do something like that, could be cool. It could work out. It could be something. That would be like 27 hours a week. I'm just thinking about the possibilities, and but like I said, I could get an email or a text message, but by the end of the week or early next week saying thanks, but no thanks. We don't want to hire you. Fine. But it wasn't screaming at me that this is the best. Like, it just kind of seemed like I'd be trading one difficult situation for another difficult situation. And what I'm really trying to get my hands on is something where I can walk to work. If I'm going to have to get a crummy part-time job to get me through a period of time, being able to walk to a job from the tiny house and walk back, whatever shifts, whatever days of the week it is, would be a major upgrade for me right now, because it would leave energy in the tank for the days that I don't have to work, and I can do things outside of it. When I was working at the bakery, I'd work like a 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. shift. I'd come home, take a shower, and sit back down and work at my computer for 5 or 6 hours and get things done. But now you throw this 40-mile bicycle ride in the mix, and I don't have that same level of energy when I come home. So I'm just trying to find some way of putting that energy back in the tank so that I'm just trying to find a way to balance this out. And, I had another company reach out to me, and I believe it was last night in the evening. I got a text message saying, we received your application, we're hiring in lots of positions, etc. Send your resume to this email address, we'll get back to you. Once again, it was a company that has a location that is a 4-minute walk from the tiny house. That's where I want to work. The area code of the text message and the guy who reached out to me is in Chicago. So it's a nationwide company. I hope he doesn't come back at me and say, well, we don't have any openings at that location, but here's one 25 miles from where you live. And I'll have another situation. I'm trying to find a job right here, but, well, we don't have one right there, but here's one 25 miles away that you can bike to. I just don't want to. I'm looking for the job I can walk to. Or a remote job where I can work from home. Either or. Being able to cut. I've got some damage on my cycling shoes that's bothering me a little bit right now, and it's getting a little bit more concerning. I may actually have to see if I can get a warranty claim on my shoes. The shoes are another weak spot where if something happens to my cycling shoes, I could be completely SOL and unable to get from point A to B. And that's something I've been thinking about over time, that, I've got an extra bicycle now, but cycling shoes are probably the weak point in my whole chain right now. So I'm thinking if I can get a warranty claim on these shoes, because they're less than a year old, and buy a new pair of shoes in the process and have 2 pair of shoes that I can, wear one pair or the other. Maybe I'll just get the exact same pair of shoes and just have 2 pair of them. But I also think that I can probably do like a patch job and repair these. I just got to see what their warranty is. And it may involve having to go up to the bike shop on a day off and turn them in for a warranty claim. I do have the receipt, but the receipt that the bike shop gave me doesn't have anything like itemized on it or whatever, but they're pretty cool people there. If I had a legitimate warranty claim, I could probably, I don't want to spend the money, but I would probably get a new pair of shoes and cleats, and then take these ones to the bike shop and and try to exchange them on warranty, and then just have two pair of shoes to choose from. Or if, two pair of shoes, if one pair goes bad. That right now the damage is kind of negligible. It's hard to say, but if it gets any worse, it could be an issue. So, but it's no different than owning a car. Your car can break down at any moment, and then, what if I had a car right now and then all of a sudden, boom, something goes wrong and my car doesn't start. I got to tow it to a garage, and I got to have something done to it. Check engine light comes on, whatever, something happens. And I'm out of, I can't even afford to get my car fixed, so I got to wait 2 weeks till I get a payday, or, you know what I mean? Like, having the bicycle's more reliable than a car, but it's still, there's always going to be something going on that needs my attention. And so Facebook Messenger and Craigslist are a good source of, I could probably find a cheap pair of bike shoes on there that already have cleats. And as long as they haven't been, as long as they're fairly new, I could still adjust the position of the cleats for my own feet. But that's something I noticed today about my shoe, and it kind of concerned me. I was like, whoa, what's going on here? And I think there's multiple ways I can deal with it for now. But I bought these shoes in September. So they're 6 months old. They should have it, I would assume, a 1-year warranty. It's hard to say because they're shoes, but it's a couple $100 if I got to go buy new shoes. It's not cheap. So that's how my day went. I'm trying to take it in stride and just relax, and I'm gonna just keep doing what I got to do to get through it, and hopefully something shakes out. I'm definitely in a major burnout phase right now, so I'm hoping that I find a way to get out of. Somebody said, you're wandering the desert right now, and I'm hoping to find a way out. With that, I'll let you go for now. I don't know, maybe there'll be another segment. Maybe this will be the end of the video. Either way, peace out. What's going on? Another little video, I guess. It's really all I have the energy to do today. Let's see what time it is. Yeah. This day, 40 miles of biking is enough to just the day is over. The ebb and flow of this roller coaster ride that I'm riding on right now. The emotions go up and down, the worries, the fears, all of it. It's so precarious. I keep having to look back at, 6 months ago. 7 months ago, I was homeless, and had been homeless for 4 months. I was homeless for about 4 months. I got that taste of what that life would be like. And it's just been an up and down mental thing. It's kind of funny today because I've been, you've heard me complain about not being able to take a hot shower. When I came back from my 90-degree bicycle ride, I turned on the shower and I had to keep it at the coldest setting. I had to take the coldest shower that my shower would allow me to take in order to feel good. And it felt great. It was the only thing I want. As soon as I walked in the door, I was in that shower. So that's kind of ironic. And I just got a call from the landlord. Him and the contractor are coming in tomorrow to take measurements and get moving on that stuff. It is moving. So, I'm documenting this whole process of what I'm going through because it's an up and down roller coaster ride. Some days are going to be good, some days are going to be bad. Today was kind of a, how do I explain it? Here's the way the day felt. When I woke up today, I was kind of upset that I had to go on this job interview because I've got Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to try and get other things done. The tiny house is clean enough. I spent all day Sunday cleaning it. The only thing that's kind of getting on my nerves right now is this new ceiling. There's dust, wood dust, that shows up everywhere on my desk where I work. And I have to use the feather duster every time I sit down at the desk. There's dust from this ceiling. I don't know if that'll stop or what. At this point, whatever. It's just going to be one thing after the next. And, I'm well aware that if I had moved into a different place that was, there were lots of different options, or there were options, but they all sucked. And so I would just, if I moved into the other place I wanted to move into, but I thought the guy was trying to scam me. Other than that, if it was a legitimate place, I'd just be trading one set of problems for another back and forth. And so it is what it is. I just have to try and look at where I was 7-8 months ago and how that felt. And even though I've got problems today, it's like it's better than it was. There are disappointments today. Right before I left, I got the email from the results of that job interview not moving forward for the good paying job that's only 4 miles away from my house. That one stung. But at the same time, it was only a first round interview. And, the many times in my career, a first round interview has not gone to a second round. And that was, there's a million reasons why it might not go to another round. But that kind of put a bad, I wish that email had come tomorrow. It wouldn't have hit the same. It hit different today because of what I was facing today. And I didn't want to go on the bike ride. I knew that I was going to wear myself out just to go down and do an interview and come back home. And I don't know where that's going to go. I don't know what will happen as a result of that situation, of that interview today. It seems like a lateral move. It doesn't seem like if that job interview were to turn into a job, the thought process I'm going through right now is like the same thing I just said. I'd be trading one set of problems for another. Like, there's different pros and cons about staying where I'm at with this bakery gig or going to this other place. Lots of pros and lots of cons. Some things would be better about this job. Some things would be better about staying at the bakery. They're just, pros and cons, pros and cons, pros and cons. And, but at the end of the day, I don't feel like I'd be better off than I am today. I feel like I'd just be in the same place but different. I wouldn't feel like I was making a step up or an improvement in life. And so, all right, fine, whatever. I've got other things to focus on starting tomorrow morning. And something has to give. I have to break through somehow. I have to spend, what is going on here? What the? Oh, okay. I put some lotion on because I have itchy feet today. And this stuff here's I was talking about this stuff with some people at work. Somebody had an itchy arm, and I said, get this lotion called Sarna lotion. I'm telling you, there is no better lotion out there for an itchy, whether you got poison ivy or some sort of bug bite or an itch or just whatever. Sometimes my feet itch when I take off my cycling shoes. Or if I've been out hiking all day, or if I've been doing something very active on my feet, and then all of a sudden I sit in a chair and take off my shoes and socks, I get itchy feet. Sometimes my legs itch. That stuff, boom, knocks it right. I mean, not even a minute and a half, no more itch. It's amazing. It's such good stuff. I'm not even going to put a link to it in the thing below. Find it. You can get it on Amazon. But you can get it in different grocery stores, and I think Target sells the Target over where I used to, near the bakery. I'm pretty sure that's where I got this bottle. I don't remember where I got it, to tell you the truth. I may have ordered it on Amazon. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Stuff knocks out. You got an itchy whatever. Itch is gone. And there's some on my hand here, and it's got, the active ingredient is camphor and menthol. And that's all it is. It's not some crazy, I'm telling you, I grew up in the country. I was playing out in the woods all the time. I got poison ivy, calamine lotion, Caladrill, different other lotions that, Aveeno, all kinds of different things. We would get into all kinds of stuff. And I'm telling you, this Sarna, when I found it, the first time I used that, I was like, holy crap, that's the best stuff ever for an itch. So, the feeling I had when I left the house today was that of kind of negative. And it was just kind of like, I'm wasting my time today, and it just kind of, I'm just going through the motions. I'll get a workout, this, that, and the other thing. The area was kind of, like I said, when I got down to that area, you could tell. There's a reason why they asked me if I'm cool with getting robbed at gunpoint, for crying out loud. I didn't ask how often does the store get robbed at gunpoint. I don't actually think it's very often, but like the area has signs all over the place that this is not a great neighborhood. It's inside the Beltway. So I looked on the map again just to kind of see in relation to downtown Houston how far I was from like the inner like downtown. I wasn't too far. I mean, I was pretty far south, about almost 20 miles south of where I live right now. In fact, if I ever have to ride my bicycle to the probation office, it's about a 20-mile ride. I don't think I was that far. I wasn't in downtown Houston where all the high-rise buildings are, but I was inside the Beltway. I don't know what neighborhood it is, but it definitely doesn't look like the greatest of neighborhoods. It's kind of like good block, bad block, good block, bad block kind of a neighborhood where, in a lot of cities, you'll see like I said, you'd go block after block after block, and it's like people got steel gates surrounding their yard, a gate locked for their driveway, and they got steel bars on their window. That means bad neighborhood. That's bad neighborhood written all over it. And then like 3 blocks later, you're seeing rich people. You're seeing like a neighborhood full of rich people in rich houses. And then a few more blocks, you're seeing like more particle board windows and steel bars on the windows, and spray painted house numbers instead of like numbers you get at Home Depot on the side, like shit like that. And I'm just like, yo. And there was one homeless guy hanging out at Burger King out front, and I had no cash on me. But he was in Burger King, and he kind of like gave me this off kind of the sly, hey, can you help a brother out? And I'm kind of like, right now I'm at the point where if I had cash in my wallet, I would have been, here, dude. I would have given him, if I had $20, I would have given him $20 and just said, here you go, man, you homeless. I would have talked to him. I felt bad. I was like, I don't got nothing. I had zero cash. I haven't been to an ATM in a while, and I use my debit card for pretty much everything just because it's easier to track what I'm spending my money on, and I'm hardly spending money ever. So one of these days I'll probably hit up the ATM at my bank or somewhere, and just pull out some money, like $100-$200, and just let it sit in my wallet. Because it never hurts. You should always have enough cash to get home. Whenever I would travel, I'd go on these long photography trips and long distance drives and such, and I would always take out a big wad of cash, and then a big wad of cash, and I would split it between my wallet and one other place. And I would always make sure that I would basically figure out how far I'm traveling, and then I would make sure that I have enough cash to get home. And so, like, if I'm driving to Florida, I would take out enough cash twice over so that I could get home. And I would put half of that cash in a folder inside of a backpack that's going to be in my vehicle at all times, and the other half would go in my wallet. And then credit cards, same thing, credit cards and debit cards. I had more than one checking account. It's, one is none and two is one. So I'd have a debit card in my wallet and some credit cards in my wallet and some cash in my wallet, enough to get home. And then in the folder, in my backpack, in my bag, in the truck, I would have the same thing. Cash to get home, a debit card, and whatever credit cards in a special folder meant for that stuff. And I would just roll like that. That way, if somehow my wallet ends up missing, ends up getting stolen, whatever, I can still get home. Vice versa, if my vehicle gets stolen with my stuff in it and everything's gone, I come back to the parking space, my vehicle's gone, I still have enough cash to somehow get home. And enough, I can still figure things out. I would always keep... there were other things that I would do to try and have redundancy and safety like that. Right now, I got nothing. I don't have enough cash to have... But it still makes sense to, even if I'm going on like a bicycle ride somewhere, to have enough cash to deal with a situation or whatever might take place. This thing with my bike shoe having a hole in it. I actually looked the website. So my cycling shoes, there's a hole developing in one of the shoes, and it's definitely a defect because it's not There's no explainable reason as to why this hole is appearing in the side of the shoe. But there should be no problem. The website says that this shoe company has a 1-year warranty on their shoes. It's been 6 months, so I got time. I got time to figure this out. I went on Amazon and I found the exact same shoes, the exact same size. And Amazon's kind of funny because they're like $170 for the shoes. But when I selected the gray color, the price dropped down to $99 for the gray ones instead of the black. They have like 6 different colors, but the gray ones are $99. All the other colors are like $170. So I can get a brand new pair of the exact same shoes, and I like these shoes. They're comfortable, they're solid shoes. I could get a brand new pair for $99 and have redundancy, and the cleats are about $20. So for $120 I could get a brand new pair. And then after I have the brand new pair, and I'm not going to do this like right away, it's on my mind, but it's not an emergency situation. But here's what I'm thinking. I've got 2 options then with the shoes that I currently ride with. I can call the company directly and say, what do you want to do about the warranty for the shoes? Chances are I'll have to send them in. When they receive the shoes, I'll get new ones sent back to me. But during that time from when I send them in to when they come back, I still need shoes to ride. So that's why I would have to get another pair of shoes so that I don't miss biking. But if you think about it, I mean, what does 2 tanks of gas cost right now? 2 tanks of gasoline, if it costs you $60 to fill up your gas tank, that's 2 tanks of gas for the cost of a pair of shoes. So it's really $120, that's pretty reasonable to get an extra pair of cycling shoes that are solid shoes. I like the shoes overall. It's just this hole that developed. It started out as a little bit of a blemish in the fabric on the inside wall of the shoe, on the outside of the shoe, and today it's looking like it's a hole that's developing, and it's not going to affect much right now, but 2 more months of riding with these shoes, that hole can turn into like a shoe that's falling apart, and that's not a good thing to have on a cycling trip. So it's on my mind, and I'm going to get it taken care of, especially the shoes have a 1-year warranty against defects. That's a total defect. There's no evidence at all that those shoes have been abused, or that the shoe was rubbing against a part of my bike, or no, like it's definitely a defect. My second option would be to take a trip up to the bike shop where I bought them and say, hey, I was going to send these back to Giro and try to exchange them for a new pair of shoes. I know they've got a 1-year warranty. Can I just do that here, or is there a way I can just trade them in here? And they might just be like, yeah, sure. They might just do it. Because the one problem is when this bike shop, when they give you a receipt, when you buy stuff from them, they give you is a credit. Like, they give you a receipt from a cash register, and it doesn't have anything itemized that you bought. So, like, every time I've bought something from this bike shop, I keep the receipts, but there's no itemized receipt that says what I bought. And that's kind of an issue. Like, that could be an issue when I contact the company. But these people are really cool at this bike shop. So if I called them and said, hey, I was just going to send the shoes back to the manufacturer, but I need a receipt that says I bought them here. Is that something you guys could you guys write up a receipt saying that I bought these here so that I can, so I have options, and I'm not even worried about it. The only thing I'm kind of irked about is that I'm going to have to pay for another set of shoes because I cannot have a gap where I'm waiting around for a week for some shoes to show up. But 1 is none, 2 is 1, and this is why preppers say this. But I'm not going to let this problem develop into a serious problem. And it's shoes. I mean, shoes. It's what happens. I always bought Keen hiking boots. Year after year after year, the same boots, Keen Duran 2 hiking boots. And one time, these boots would last. I would get a new pair every year in the spring. A brand new pair, because they were like my daily wear boots. And after about a year, I would notice that they're not supporting me as well, and my back is starting to get sore, and they're just not comfortable as they were when they were new. And I have foot problems and back problems and things like that. And so a brand new pair of shoes is like getting a brand new pair of shocks on your vehicle. And so I would do this every spring. Well, this one year I bought my new Keen hiking boots, and like 4 months later, I'm hiking somewhere with my son, and all of a sudden my foot's wet. And I'm like, what? Because they're waterproof boots. And I look down, and there's a gash. Like this whole seam on the side of the boot just ripped open. Like just completely ripped open. And there was moisture getting in there. It was kind of a wet hike. It was muddy and wet. But there was this big gash where a seam just split on the side of the shoe, and it was bad. And so I was like, oh, all right, we'll see. So I sent them I contacted the company when I got, a few days later, and they immediately sent me a gift card code to go to their website and buy a brand new pair of boots with. But in the meantime, I had already bought a brand new pair, because my mind was telling me I need to get this done now. So I went on Amazon, found a good deal on the boots, got them for like half price, but they were the same exact boots. Had them sent to me, thinking that I was going to go through a hassle with the warranty or whatever. But when the company, I don't even think I had to send the old ones in. I think I had to send them a receipt showing that I bought them. But I already had a new pair on the way. And then they I don't know if it was instantaneous, but within a day, by the end of the week, I had a gift card code for the cost of the boots to go buy a new pair from their website. But instead, since I already had boots coming, I bought a pair of boots for my son, and I bought a pair of sandals for myself. And that ended up being the exact same price as the gift card, which was ironic down to the penny. So it cost me nothing. I got my son some boots, and I got me a pair of sandals. And so it just worked out. And then the boots that I had bought to replace the ones that ripped were half price, and I had them like within 2 days. And I had like 6 or 7 pair of these boots lined up in my mudroom, because I would replace them every spring, but they were built so well that they would take a long time to wear out, especially when you've got a bunch of backup boots. And so it wasn't that big of a deal. But like this Garmin watch that's the last warranty thing that I did. It was on my wrist when the FBI arrested me. Then my son took it back. When his mom came to get him from the police station, he took that and a belt. That they gave, they told them, just, you can't take this stuff to jail. He'll lose it. Take it with you. And so this thing sat somewhere for, over 2 years. And then the whole time I was homeless or whatever, it was just in a box somewhere. And then I get to my tiny house, and I open up a box, and there it is. I'm like, oh, cool. And then I found the little cable, the charge cable. And so I went to charge it, and it wouldn't hold a charge. It would just, you unplug the charge cable, it would either turn off, or the Garmin logo would come on, but it wouldn't boot up. It wouldn't work right. And so This thing is old. I mean, I bought this thing in 2021. Here it's 2025. They have a 1-year warranty. On a whim, I was thinking there were different things I was thinking of doing, but it wasn't that important to me. It was just something I would like to use again, but it wasn't. I was just kind of like, I'd almost just kind of shrugged my shoulders. I was about to throw it out. I was about to throw it in the trash, but I was like, before you throw it in the trash, contact someone at Garmin and see what they say. And when I contacted them, they were super friendly with me. And I explained my problem, and they said, "Did you try this?" I said, "Yeah." "Did you try that?" I said, "Yeah, I tried that too." And I said, "I don't know what's going on. It just, I didn't get into the details of anything other than I just told them what the device was doing." And they said, "We'll send you a new one." And I said, "That's awesome." And then they gave me two options. I could either give them a credit card number to put a hold on a credit card. They would overnight it. They would send it to me next day. Or they gave me a pre-printed shipping label to where I could print the shipping label, and it was just a barcode. All I had to do was take this thing, the old one, put it in a box, take it to mailboxes or take it to the UPS store. They scanned a barcode from my phone and shipped it back to Garmin. And it took like 2-3 days. Garmin says, "Okay, we received your old one. The new one's in the mail." 3 days later, I had the new one, and it's been working great. Honestly, it's working great. They are a little bit buggy. It's the Garmin Vivo Smart 5. There are some bugs with it. You have to tinker with this thing and play around with it when you first get it, because the battery, you'll put it on your wrist, it'll say 100% battery. 3 hours later, it'll say 20% battery, and you'll be like, "What's going on?" There are settings you have to adjust, and you have to make sure that all the software updates complete, because it's firmware and they're constantly updating the software to these things. You have to tinker with it for a minute. Now, when I put it on my wrist at 100%, it takes about 7 days before the battery starts to get low. And when it gets to around 10%, it'll start buzzing on your wrist and prompt you to go charge it again. But I can get 7 days. I can get a whole week out of this thing before it even says, "Hey, you might want to charge it." I could charge this thing on Monday. I could charge this thing today. Today is Tuesday. If it was 100% today, this morning, it only takes about half an hour to charge fully. But if I charged it today, if I put it on my wrist today, this morning at 100%, next Tuesday morning, it might be at like 15%. So that's not bad for a fitness watch to last a whole week without having to be charged. If I took the charger with me to the bakery, the charge cable, I could charge it. I'm not allowed to have a wristwatch on while I'm working with food. So I'd be able to keep it charged just by plugging it to a wall outlet at the bakery while I work. I might do that. I don't know. But some companies have really good warranty procedures, and I would totally promote those companies. Garmin, they rock. I'm like, I'm not going to do it, but I'm half tempted to take this old GPS wristwatch that I've bought a long time ago and accidentally swam with the manatees in Florida without taking it off. And then all of a sudden I realized, I was like, "Oh, no." Like, it was still working, but it was shot out from the water. It wasn't meant to swim with. And I didn't notice it until I was in the water and had been swimming for a while. And I'm like, "Oh, crap." And I replaced it when I came home from that trip with a better one, a newer version of the same thing. But the old one still works. It's just got a glitched out screen. It's kind of funny. So I'm not going to get rid of the old one. But I'm not really using it either. I don't even use the other one. I don't have a use for that stuff right now because I'm not adventuring. I'm not going on the same kind of adventures that I was going on when I was using that and that was a regular thing that I used. So when I drowned it, I was really upset because this is something that I used like all the time, like at least once a week for years, and it always worked flawlessly. The story I told about the bike ride and getting lost in the national forest, that was the GPS unit that I was using. And so Garmin's a solid company. Keen hiking boots, solid company. Giro, the cycling company, I think their products are good. I'm going to find out how their warranty works with the shoes. Should be good. It's too expensive of a thing. Whoops. It's too expensive of a thing to let go of, or to just roll my eyes and go get a new pair of shoes. But kind of like when those Keen hiking boots went bad, I'm probably going to take a minute and call Giro tomorrow and see what they'll do. And I'll explain to them, I'll be like, I have the receipt. The problem is that it's not an itemized receipt. It's just a cash register receipt from the purchase of the shoes. It's not going to say that I bought them there. Maybe the bike shop will give me a receipt if I ask them to send me one, or if they could write one out and hand it to me saying like when I bought them. But I'm just going to have to explain that and see what they do. That's one nice thing that's one reason I like getting things on Amazon, because if you ever have a warranty issue, as long as you don't lose your Amazon account, you can go back and dig up a receipt from anything you've ever bought. And so if you're past the return window for an Amazon purchase where you can't just send it back to them, but you have a manufacturer's defect or whatever, you can go back to your order. Your entire order history is there, and you can find an itemized receipt that way beyond proof that you need to get something taken care of like that. And you will end up being, if you're going back and forth with email with the company dealing with a manufacturer's defect, then you can take a screenshot of that receipt right from Amazon and just pop it in an email and send it. You don't got to worry about digging through a folder or a box of receipts trying to find the receipt. And then, say you bought something at Target and it's been 2 years, but the thing had a 5-year warranty. Then you find the receipt and it's all faded and you can't read it anymore, and it's gone. You basically don't have the receipt. That's happened to me. I have a laptop bag from Wagner, the Swiss Army knife company. I buy these laptop backpacks that they make because they're indestructible, so kind of indestructible. I've had 2 of these backpacks from that company, and each time I've had the backpack, I get more than 10 years out of the backpack before it starts to fall apart and have problems. And the latest one that I have is no exception. I mean, it's got a few glitches. There's been a few, some things have broken, I guess, but it's still a solid backpack. The problem is they come with a lifetime warranty. Lifetime warranty. If anything goes wrong, they will replace it. But you need proof of the purchase. They will not replace your backpack unless you prove that you purchased it. Okay, yeah, of course. They want to see a receipt. Both of the times I bought it came from Staples, the office supply store. You think a Staples receipt that they hand you at the store is going to last 10 years? Even if you put it in a box, a shoe box, or a folder or something, you're going to open up that folder when it's time to send your backpack back, and it's just a white sheet of paper with nothing on it. And they're not going to accept that as proof of purchase. So twice I've been burned, if you will. I mean, for $100 backpack to last 10 years, okay, fine, I'll get a new one, especially when I could afford that. Another tip is when you buy something at a place like that hands you a paper receipt, you can get your receipts emailed to you. There are other ways nowadays, but if you get a paper, I usually get a paper receipt, but then I'll take a photo of it. Take a photograph with your cell phone of the receipt and just file it away in a folder, and then back those up to a hard drive at some point, and you have an extra copy of that receipt that's permanent. I've been doing that since I got out of prison. Anytime I buy something, I keep all my receipts in a certain place. And then as I sit down weekly to do my accounting software, one of the things I do is I look at the receipt and I'm like, oh, Chick-fil-A, crumple it up and throw it away. Oh, it's fucking Burger King, who cares? That grocery shopping, who cares? If I pull out a receipt that has something on it that I might want to cash in a warranty or return, that goes into an envelope, but before it does, I take a photo of it with my cell phone. Same thing for any business related. Like if you can write something off for a business and it's a paper receipt from a store like that, I would suggest just having the receipt emailed, because that's a more solid record that you can call up at your, whenever. But even if you get a paper printed receipt, just take a snap of it with your cell phone camera. They even have special apps now for you can take photographs of your receipts and file them away, and the app will crop them for you and organize them for you and even read all the data on the receipt, and the accounting software has that built in now. Different, whatever accounting software that you're using for running your business, a lot of these apps now have receipt tracking built in where you can just take a photo of a receipt. Expense reporting software for when you travel for business and stuff like that, you can just snap photos of receipts. And businesses use them. When I used to have to submit expense reports for business trips to a couple of companies I worked with, you would just use an app. When I put together my report, of course the company wants to see all the receipts, but all I did was pull up the app and just have the receipts and just snap, photograph of each receipt. The app will crop them, rotate them correctly, pull all the numbers off of them and everything, and it creates your expense report for you without you having to do much other than just double check and make sure that things are spelled correctly and whatnot, or that it picked the right company name and the dates, and you just want to double check and make sure everything's accurate. But you don't have to do much data entry. You just take photos of the receipts. But at a bare bones basic level, if you're just doing it for your own purposes, your phone camera, snap, put them in a special folder, create a folder for just receipts. And then if you have to make a return to Target and you don't have the paper receipt, I have a feeling, I've never had to do this, but I have a feeling if I pull up the receipt on my phone and show them and say, here's the receipt, the cashier can just go bloop and scan the barcode right with the barcode scanner will read the barcode from your phone. That reminds me, another positive development, I think, is that replacement app for PayPal. I was talking about my struggles with Skrill and PayPal. The reason why I can't have a PayPal account is because my cell phone is still not in my name. I'm going to start looking for a new cell phone as soon as I can get some sort of stabilization of money and income. And it's just not there yet. If my friend were to tell me, I got two options. I could just start paying my friend a portion of his cell phone bill and be like, thanks for hooking me up, brother, and here's some money to help out with your bill. I should do that. I should just be like, it's like I was chipping in for groceries and other things at his house. He gets it. He's not like riding me about this. He says it's not a big deal. He says it doesn't even really make his bill go up. But it's still, he's doing me a favor. I should help him out. But I just want to get a bill. I just want to get a phone in my name. But until that happens, PayPal will not allow me to have a PayPal account. And so, because you're required to have not only a phone number that they can text you access codes and things like that, and they're going to check, they're going to send you a code, and then you have to type the code back to be able to log in, create an account, all those things. They're checking the phone bill to see if the phone's in your name. And if your name's not the same as the name on the bill, you're fucked. If you're on a family plan, if your husband is the provider of your cell phone and it's all in his name because you're on the family plan, you and the kids, you can't have a PayPal account. They'll whack your account. They may not do it right away, but after a number of transactions and logins, all of a sudden you'll get locked out of your account. They won't tell you why until you call and argue with them, and then they'll tell you, oh, it's because your phone's not in your name. And then they'll unlock your account, or you'll have to scream and yell at them to get them to transfer the funds from your account to your bank account. And at that point, you'll be locked out of your account permanently. And I just told them to shut the account down. It didn't make any sense for me to have an account if I can't use it. And if I have to if I have to get into a shouting match with somebody from India every time I need to transfer money from my PayPal account to my bank account, it's not happening. So I signed up with this other company called Skrill, Skrill. And I'm getting close to the threshold where one of my stock photography sites is ready to pay me, and it's like $25. It's not like a huge, this is more like a test to see if this works. And so I logged into Skrill, and it said I needed to verify my account before I could really use it, and by verifying it, it meant I have to prove my address. I had to give them proof of my address. I sent them a bank statement with the account numbers redacted, and then I sent them my home internet service bill, and they rejected the documents both times. And I'm like, what the? So the only reason I can't send them my driver's license is because I haven't changed it yet. I'm terrified. I'm absolutely terrified of going to the DMV and trying to change the address on my driver's license right now because of how bad things have gone every time I go to the DMV here in Texas. So I've been pushing that off. I want to change my address and have it so my driver's license shows my current address. However, I'm terrified of going to the DMV and wasting a whole day of my life just to be told we can't, they're just going to give me some bullshit reason why they can't change my address, or I'm not going to have the right documentation, or what, all the same stuff I went through with Skrill. And so I need to be in a mental state where I can handle the nonsense at this Texas DMV, which is an absolute nightmare to deal with. And I'm not, this last few weeks, I have not been in a mental state where I can go into the DMV and keep my cool. That's what it boils down to. I'm not going to throw a tantrum to the point where, I'm getting thrown out of the building, but that's not going to happen. But I don't want to go into the Texas DMV, get into a big snafu because they won't change the license or the address on my license, and get into an argument with one of these idiots that work there, and then whatever ensues from there. I don't have the mental capacity to deal with whatever could go wrong. And right now I have the driver's license. It works. It's legal enough. My friend would vouch for me if something were to happen where I need, proof that this is my address, my friend will be like, yeah, he lives here. So it's not like I can still get mail sent to his house. If something goes there, it's a mistake. It's not supposed to go there. I've pretty much changed everything to come here. But, something could end up going to his mailbox. And he's not going to get mad about that. So anyway, this is something I want to do. I'm hoping by the end of April I can take care of that. But that's just it's something I keep putting off because every single time I've dealt with the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles has been an absolute nightmare. Horrible experience. So I'm just mentally not there. I can't handle it right now. If they weren't so bad, I would have already done it. Would have already done this. So I can't send my driver's license to this Skrill company because the driver's license address doesn't match my address. I would have had to set up the Skrill account with my friend's address, and I didn't do that when I signed up for it because I signed up for it after I moved into the tiny house. And so I went back and forth with this rude guy from India. He was nasty right from the get-go. And I'm like, that's literally the same as honking at me and screaming out the window as you drive by and try to run me off the road while I'm on my bicycle. Like, the adrenaline's already there. Like, you've already just triggered me. If it weren't for the fact that I'm on federal probation, I might come try and grab you through the window of your truck. Like, if you do something like that and you get belligerent to that point. Like, I've reached a point where there is a part of me that just doesn't give a fuck anymore. And if you're going to try and run me off the road and threaten my life while I'm riding a bicycle because you're mad that I'm on the road, even though you got plenty of room to get around me. But anyway, that's what it felt like when I call this company to try and get help. They put me on hold for like half an hour, but I just had the phone sitting on its charging cradle right next to me with the volume turned. I could hear the music, but it wasn't like I was working on my computer doing things. And the guy picks up and I could hear him and I said, oh, okay. I pick up the phone and I tell him my problem and he just cops me an attitude like right away. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So I was like going back. I was like, no, you honk at me, you scream out the window. All I'm doing is riding my bike down the road trying to get to my job, and you're going to act like that, you're at least going to get a middle finger back. Like, I pay back whatever's dished out to me, I give it back. And so, don't cop me I will be friendly. I will be professional and friendly. The second you cop me an attitude, oh shit, it's over. It's over. At the bakery the other day, when that Mexican lady was screaming at my coworkers, she took like one or two steps, like she was there's a line that customers cannot cross. Like a physical line in the floor. They're not allowed to come back to where the ovens are, or to where we're working. They're not allowed to go past the front counter. She took if she was one step away, I'm not confrontational. I'm standing there. I'm working on making cookies. And I'm like, don't do it. She's screaming and yelling at the girls. And I'm like, I'm looking at her. I can't understand a word she's saying. And I'm there. But I'm like, please go. In my mind, I'm like, please go away. Please don't. Please don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. And it got like this close. If that woman had crossed that line and approached the girls that I work with, game over. I would have had to step in. I would have had to do something. And it's all on camera. There's cameras everywhere in this place. if she had come over and like raised a hand or like she was gonna physically do something, shit, oh my God, you just gave me a freebie. I don't hit women, but don't give me a freebie because I'll take it. I'll take up the offer and we'll do it. So that happened. So that she left. She didn't cross the line to come to, the physical altercation. Thank God. But called this guy at this company. Anyway, this guy, he said he was going to look into the problem, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, whatever. And we get off the phone. I just kind of wrote it off. I'm like, okay, that's not going to happen. What am I going to do now when it's time to get paid by these? I figured, well, I'll just let the stock photo come. I'll just let my money accumulate there. And maybe after I have maybe I'll get a PayPal account after I get a new phone. Like, I'm looking like 6 months down the road. I'll deal with this, push this off till like 6 months go by. I'll just, I don't even want to think about this right now. I got other things to do. So I get an email like 2 days later saying, we verified your account. So whatever the guy from India said he was going to do, somebody did something, and my account now was active and fully verified. And there was $5 sitting in the account that they put in the account because I'm a new customer. And because I don't think it even had anything to do with my issues with them. I think it had to do with me being a new customer. But the stipulations are I couldn't take the $5 and just move it to my bank account. I had to spend it with a company that accepts Skrill for online payments, which is like nobody. Nobody uses this shit. So I looked into it. You can't use it on Amazon. You can't use it anywhere. But there's a website out there that sells online gift cards, and they accept Skrill. And they have gift cards for lots of places. Amazon's not one of them, but Target was. So I'm like, okay, here's a test. Can I take that $5 from Skrill, buy myself a Target gift card, and then go spend my Target gift card at Target? Okay, fine, let's try it. So I filled out the form. When it came to the payment, I said, use my Skrill account. The transaction went through. I got an email from the gift card company and from Skrill saying that the transaction was successful. And then I got an email with a barcode and another thing to take to Target. And then when I was getting my groceries last weekend, I had totally forgot about this until I'm standing in line. I'm just about to pay for my groceries, and I'm like, wait a minute. And I pulled up on my phone. I had that email with the barcode, and I'm like, let me try this. I look at the cashier. I'm like, I got a $5 gift card to use. Can you scan this? And she's like, bloop. And then there was like some code that she had to type in to go along with it, and I showed it to her. And boom, went through. So now I know that I can take the money that I make from my stock photo sales, put it into a Skrill account, and then when I want to, I can transfer the Skrill account to my bank account. And supposedly right now, it was supposed to be a $5 fee to do that. I'm not going to take a $25 payment and then pay $5 to put the money in my bank account and only end up with $20. That's a huge fee to move $25 to my bank account. So now they're telling me when I log into the app that there's no fee to move the money to my bank account. But even if there was, so I'm not sure. I'm like, should I take the 25 and put it in Skrill and then move it to a checking account? Or do I just go and buy a gift card to Target, so that when I go grocery shopping, I can spend the $25 on my groceries, at least for now. And there's other stores, there's tons of other stores that I can get a gift card for through that system, through that method, and then just go spend the money, whatever, on whatever I need. So that's just as good to me as putting it in the checking account, to be honest, until it gets to the level where they're sending me a few $100 a month. Then I'm going to want to move it to my bank account and not gift cards. And then have to go spend the gift cards. But, I mean, gift cards are just as good as money for the most part. And if I'm going to Target to do grocery shopping and they drop $25 from my photo sales into my Target gift card, and then I remember when I'm paying for my groceries to spend the gift card, my grocery bill is going to be $100. And if I save, I'm not saving it because it's my money that I earned, but I'm only taking 75 out of the bank for my groceries that week instead of 100. And so to me, it all balances out in the books. It's all the same. It's just how it travels to Target is different. What pathway does the money take to go from Adobe stock photos to the Target grocery bill? I don't give a shit which way it took to get there as long as it gets there. So that was nice to figure out that I have the ability now to cash in on those photo sales. And so I'm not putting in any effort on that because that's a lot of time that I don't have right now. But it is on my list to dig deep into that when I have time to dig and put in on it and start building up a stock photo collection. One thing that I might do for you guys that watch the channel, I don't know if this would be interesting to you,